Cool. Okay. Well, everybody, we find ourselves still in Flattery, this artistic masterpiece of a city. If there were awards for city planning, it probably would have been given to Flattery. Not only the intricacy of the designs, but the cleverness of the name and everything that goes with that. So, as we found ourselves in the other day, the party had just investigated and searched throughout the close call warehouse, where there was a presence basically moving through the building as they were investigating, which was found by it was Logan, wasn't it, or was it Tell?
Are you talking about the cloak?
Okay,
yeah. The cloak.
It was your cloak. Yeah.
The cloak that got away.
The cloak that got away. So there was a mimic cloak moving throughout the room, which Logan was about to befriend until a shot across the room, I believe, from Tommy.
Yeah,
scared it off.
It was a warning shot as always. I don't tend to hit my
Over
shots.
that one.
Point of desperation, like someone who's been broken up with and just refuses to give up on the relationship. Logan went as far as to jump out the window to try to reclaim the cloak. Perfectly landed outside, but the cloak was gone, and it quickly turned the corner and had moved on to the next destination away from the fear of the group. As they had traversed downstairs and investigated the basement, they came across a large, basically printing press, which had beside it 3 large chests full of gold. And that gold had been imprinted with the emblem of Timura, the goddess of good fortune, which is not your standard looking coin in that area, as Tommy in particular was able to find out with his particular fascination and curiosity with regards to currency in general. But it had this new emblem, and these were similar coins that you had found on the bodies of the goblin that without the hand, who of course was Tobin's former owner in that. Upon leaving the closed call, there were a welcoming party of sort. A party had arrived within Flattery, almost a mini battalion. And at the back of it was a large, handsome fellow in red garments with a banner that had a double M symbol on top, who was able to approach through the crowd, split the group of the battalion in a very orderly fashion, walk straight up to Claude, and with one word ended our session with, "Hello, brother," and gave a massive hug. And we find ourselves at that point still in the middle of this brotherly embrace. Because they're men, there's lots of patting on the back. You know, it's a big, strong hug, and there's lots of patting on the back. And as one pats one on the back, it's a little bit harder than they expected, and the other one responds with a slightly harder pat, and there's a slightly harder pat again, almost to the point where finally this older brother, this younger brother, takes him by the arms and pulls him back. Goes, "Well, what are you doing here? How do we find you in Flattery today, brother?"
It's a long story. We're gonna have to sit down to really get through everything. But I guess I should start with the town is abandoned. We got here. I swear to God, it was like this when we got here, filled with doppelgangers and mimics. I don't know what happened here, but we cleared it out, I think.
I think we can get a bit more information from you, because at the end of the day, there is a reason that I was sent here as an envoy, and thankfully you can see our group here. You know, we were ready in case things had gone. To be honest, we had expected Seven Sons activity. You know, we had kind of lost that almost as a trade route here over the last couple of weeks. We'd heard people going to Flattery but not coming back from Flattery. We weren't quite sure if it was actually at this point or further on down the line, but people weren't returning. Convoys weren't coming through the area, normally a safe haven with this here. At this point, he looks over, because actually, Claude, do you remember the time when we used to go to the Pristine and he looks over the building and it's still smoldering, and part of the roof just slightly just kind of crumbles and caves in at that point. There's still a bit of fire, still a bit of smoke going on. He goes, I'm going to assume that was your problems that you were talking about?
Yeah, I mean, more the doppelgangers.
What's up, Jason? Hi, everybody.
It's taken care of now. It's funny that you should mention the Seven Sons. We've been coming across a lot of their symbols lately. Very suspicious places.
Yeah, we're, as you can imagine, I'm gonna have to talk to you a bit later on. It's family business.
We can set that aside.
Yeah, but we are encountering them more and more. Their tactics are becoming almost a little bit more desperate. If that would be probably the way to describe it. Certainly unprofessional, but definitely almost to the point of desperation. And he's kind of looking at the rest of your group, and he's kind of talking almost kind of at the side of his mouth towards you, because it's almost like a little bit like hand around the shoulder, kind of talking to you this way, and just that's the way things have been going at the moment. So yeah.
Well,
I was saying Tommy is very much like head peeking out the door, still in the building, head peeking out the door. He's not much of a large authoritative force group. He's not much to cling to those. So he has his pistol like kind of out, like hidden, but like back, but he's just kind of peeking his head around the door, watching the interaction.
My manners. I apologize. This is the group I've been traveling with, and I can tell you the goal of our journey later. But we have Talumis, we have Tommy, we have Logan, we have Rion, and we have Boduk, and I'll introduce them one by one. Yeah.
And okay, I'll introduce myself. I am Ricard. I am Ricard Martel. Not my brother's manners seemingly have been completely lost this day. And Ricard basically walks up to each and every one of you and extends his hand. So Boduk goes up to you, extends his hand.
Yeah, shake it with a slight bow. Nice to meet you, Ricard.
Nice to meet you, Boduk. Walks up to Rian. Once again, you get the exact same type of handshake as Boduk did. There's no sort of attempts at pleasantries or, ooh, you're a girl, let me kiss your hand. And just straight up, you get the same handshake as everybody else, if you want it.
Yeah. Handshake and a friendly nod.
Handshake and a friendly nod, fantastic. Goes up to Tel. And you can see when he takes Tel's hand, looks at him a wee bit, he goes, just a silent sort of, okay. Walks up to Logan. Handshake.
I'll give him a handshake and a friendly nod as well.
Friendly nod, and you can see a wry smile on his face as he comes up to yourself. And he's looking around, so he can't quite see. And he's kind of leaning towards the door and goes, and Tommy, is it? So he sees you kind of just wave him. Just goes, okay, right. Well, sure, we'll get to know each other. We'll get to talk properly later on. And as he's turning away, he takes one, like another little look at Tommy. Just okay, and just turn back to Claude. He goes, brother, this is it. You're never going to believe it. I was waiting for you to come home before we told you this, but you're not going to believe this. Yeah, Father, he's on the council now.
The council?
On the council. I know. It's incredible. It just feels like all the effort has come about for us. We're actually going to get into the nosebleeds. Are you going to believe it? The Marcells, we are finally going to be in the nosebleeds.
Does this mean you're taking charge of the guild affairs?
I'm getting to do more and more. Obviously, Dad is probably going to be in a bit more of a overall administrative role, so he'll still have oversight on it. But as you can imagine, him going up means me going up, and and of course, if you ever want back in, you know where to come. But I know you kind of have your own goals in place. But yeah, it's like I can't believe he's. Oh, wow! It's I'm so excited. I've been wanting to tell you for weeks now. In fact, his second meeting, like sort of town meeting. I can't believe it's still called a town, but it's coming up. So if you're going to Daggerford at any point, or if you want to come with us, you can see Father, and celebrate with us. Is that along your way? I don't want to get in the way of what you're doing. Might help with your overall campaign. We can see he's like super excited, like talking to you. He's like,
"Can I do a history check to see what the nosebleeds are? Because I have no idea what that is. Before I try to like ask and make myself look stupid."
Yep.
Yeah, roll that.
I did come up with one name, by the way, Radishing, for the base section.
Nice, good.
I couldn't come up with something for the other two.
That's
okay. I got 12 on history. To see
so 12 in history, because you've heard Daggerford, and you've done a lot of traveling. You know that Daggerford basically is like a 3-tiered city.
Okay.
Yeah. So in context of that, nosebleeds, you're probably thinking it's some form of a connection to the upper.
Yeah.
Of the three. So that's what you know. With the 12, you haven't heard the term before, but you get the sort of the context for that. You understand with travel and at different heights, and that's one of the things that can happen with that. So you're getting a bit of context. He's probably talking about the upper level of this 3-tiered city that you haven't been to, but Daggerford is quite an epicenter for this region. So you know of it. You know of its geography to an extent. Haven't been there. And that's the context. Yep.
Okay, then I'm gonna step. Well, can I step in and be like, "Oh, Rickard, we would love to follow you to Daggerford. I think it'd be perfect for us to get our bearings and venture on. I mean, Claude will tell you what we're getting into, but we're definitely going to need to be prepared. And it sounds like that's going to be the epicenter for us."
I think that is, if as far as I'm concerned, any friend of Claude is a friend of mine, and would love to be able to sort of catch up further. This guy right here, just judge of character, like, oh yeah, like that. As far as I'm concerned, if he's willing to hang out with you, if you've been able to enjoy his company, you're definitely going to enjoy my company.
Oh yeah,
it's like the older brother. He's the stuffy one.
Oh, he's the coolest. He's the coolest guy. We were fighting those Dalpools, and he let me jump off his back. Like I did this. Yeah, it was crazy. So
like when we used to do leapfrog. So I actually understand getting over that. Like that's you can take a lot.
That's why he was ready. I just said get ready, and he knew it.
Can Tommy also do a history check on the nosebleed thing with my travels? Is history what would cover? Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine for whatever stat you want. If you pick one that has a high one, I'll tailor the answer in relation to the questions.
Okay, I got an 18.
18. Okay, fantastic. For you don't recognize the nosebleed title whatsoever, but once again, you do know of the city. You haven't been there, but in your travels, hearing other people talk about it, Daggerford has a pretty legendary port.
Okay.
Which would be at the base. So there's water nearby. There is a port, really lively area in there. If anything, you've probably been excited to see it because you've heard other people talking about just like, wow, the Daggerford port. Oh, yes. It's almost like the sea leave area for privateers and trade envoys and stuff. Yeah.
So on that, in a very showboat kind of like way, where are my manners? Because he heard him say any friend of Claude is, and I was like, any friend of Claude is a friend of ours, and I very much like walk over, throw my kind of hand around Claude's shoulder, like, because now I'm thinking, if you or guys are talking and it sounds like you're getting to the upper portions and there's a chance of me being in contact with someone that could be in the upper portions, that sounds like money, and that sounds like a place Tommy wants to be. Also, Tommy doesn't want his back to the clothes that are in that building, so he was ready to step away because I don't know how many more of those move in there, but he very showboats, where's my manners, and kind of like puts his pistol in the back of his pants as he makes a walk, very walk over and puts his arm around Claude.
At that point, Rickard's hand shoots straight out to you. He's going to try for that handshake that you didn't approach him with earlier on.
Tommy very much does the handshake with like a hard clap on the shoulder too. Like, any friend of Claude is a friend of ours.
Yeah. Oh wow. What a group, Claude. I can't believe
Keep
you
an eye
guys
on
have,
that rascal.
Yeah. I can't believe you guys have stuck around this stuck in the mud. It's like, what you got dirt on these people? What are you paying them to hang around with you? Like, he's joking, he's back for his brother. It's like, so I would have invited you for a drink over the bar, but it doesn't look in the best condition. And
next one's on you
guys, though. Yeah, oh yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And he's looking around, and next thing he looks at, like, because there's a big, quite famous town square, and he's going, where's the guillotine?
Is there any, like, is the rubble of the battle still there?
Oh yeah, it's still there. It's like there's mounds and stuff. There's no guillotine shape yet because it was a mimic, and there's probably just almost a kind of like oozy puddle and
Claude will kind of motion to the general debris of the battlefield like that. It was
wow.
Guillotine.
Yeah, it turns out it was actually a mimic, and it charged us.
A mimic.
Yeah, I don't know if it was always a mimic, or because I know this flattery is known for its guillotine, but
well, the pristine guillotine that we would have known, like, it was gold. There was a large gold.
It was gold.
Guillotine. Yeah, the famous pristine guillotine of Flattery was this almost gold ornate. It wasn't actually a working guillotine, as you can imagine. It was in memory of what the town used to be. So it was very much a very clear statue.
You seem to know pretty much a lot about Flattery. So what was the town known for?
It was basically
weird
back in the day whenever things were a bit more lawless. Flattery was actually one of the first areas to try to establish some form of law and order.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, in those darker days, there was a little bit of let's call it zero tolerance policy.
And they celebrate that.
Sometimes it's as much about acknowledging where we came to understand where we are no longer nowadays. So as I said, it wasn't a working guillotine; it was a statue of that. And
but if it was a fully gold statue, that sounds more of celebration than acknowledging.
Let's say it wasn't solid gold. Let's say it was a bit of artistic license, and artists, and everybody wants their piece to be the one that stands out, and you want visitors to come to the area. So sometimes it's about giving something to look at. So I'm not really sure a solid gold anything in the middle of the open would last too long. So that would be a bit of a fool's gold, put it that way. But yeah.
Speaking of gold, I think there might be something you need to see.
Wait. So out of character, we haven't told Claude. The only people that know about the chess are Tell, myself, and Rianne. And actually, I was gonna try to do a little sidebar with Rianne if she
sidebar.
Well, I was gonna do it with Tell and Rianne. Well, because we're the only ones, and like.
So put it this way, just to give you that moment, right? Rickard is full on discussing with Claude, and he's talking about the thing, and you were talking about the guillotine. So
yeah,
Rickard can kind of turn back and sort of chit chat with Claude, and some of the guards that are there recognize Claude a little bit. It's not like any sort of real buddies or anything, but they know of you, Claude. At the end of this, you are one of the Marcells, so you're kind of making small talk introductions there. So it gives you an opportunity to talk with anybody without necessarily raising suspicions. Claude, the thing you want to talk about with Rickard is probably, let's just say, it's the stories about the guillotine and stuff, as opposed to the gold. So you're like, oh, let me tell you about that guillotine, and kind of turn around, and you're almost kind of sharing war stories with the other fighters in that sort of small group. So,
hey, Rian, can we step over here and talk for a second?
Yeah, I'm still just being quiet over here anyway, so kind of assessing the situation.
Yeah, I kind of want to get your opinion on that. I noticed that you seem a little reserved, a little bit hesitant to take their help, or at least accept them.
Well, pretty much a battalion riding up, and doesn't make anybody comfy when you don't know who they are.
Oh yeah, I know. Even though we know it's Claude's family, well, at least brother, I don't know what their true intentions are. Like, they're coming in, it looks like they're ready for war almost.
Claude's separated from them for some reason. He's no longer with his family.
Well,
so I'm just watching.
He was in the same place as us. So do you think that gold that we have, that Tobin loves, is the fool's gold he was saying?
I mean,
do you think it's not actually gold?
I really don't know, because we saw those big machines in there, and
and I know there were, it was like a mint, but so I was considering if we could get them to carry the gold back, we could probably use it to relocate the refugees of...
Do you trust them with this?
I mean, if we're with them, we can at least have oversight until then.
We're still 5 against a battalion.
We got
the refugees are Summerthorn of the original. Yep, the original time. And there was also Magfield Swamp, which is where the refugees are. Yeah.
I do remember they're in Magfield. All right, but so I mean, if we could somehow get them the money, we could maybe relocate them here, since they don't have anywhere to go unless they've been accepted in the Magfield. I don't know. This is just, I don't have any use for all that money personally in my modest lifestyle.
If we relocate them here, then we don't have to move the gold.
Well, the gold's got to go Well, I guess that's one way
they can use it from there, and then nobody has to touch the gold or know about it right this second. And once they're here, then we can maybe give a trusted villager that information.
Mm-hmm. Maybe we should figure out a better way to hide it then, or just
not mention anything.
Not mention. You know what?
I'm not sure what their plan is here now that they know that it's kind of wrecked. I mean, are they going to go search everything after we destroyed a lot of stuff?
We'll just make it clear that we looted.
Off to the side where the soldiers are, you hear this big laughter as Claude is retelling the story of the guillotine. And it's like, oh, amongst the soldiers, wow! It was boom, 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 yeah. And every so often you just hear it go, are you a doppelganger? Are you a doppelganger? Are you a doppelganger? Okay. At that point, sort of Tommy's sitting there. Logan, how are you dealing with kind of coming around the corner from the building? The cloak is gone. How are you guys sitting at the moment?
Not sure if Logan's back yet or not.
No, I'm
Oh, he is. Okay.
Okay, cool.
I'm still missing my cloak friend.
Yeah. You almost got that kind of sad while you're just like, you're distracted. Other people are talking and scheming, and there's other people here, and
I'm just kind of looking off into the woods where the cloak vanished.
He hasn't
You're
talked
here-
to anybody.
Yeah.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Yeah,
I'm really distracted.
It's
I was
raining
really
just on him
curious.
at that one spot for some reason.
There's a cloud just above me.
Yeah. Every time the clothes in the clothes call warehouse shift, you can see Logan slightly looking like, what? No. Every time disappointed, it's just random clothing at that point. Okay. Tommy?
Tommy's still right beside Claude, very much over laughing things that even he shouldn't be like laughing at. So like if they do like, remember like that old time that we took on that, I'm like, oh, that's great, like, just like slapping Claude on the back, like, oh, very much like. And like when he's like reaccounting like what happened in this town, I keep like mentioning how great Claude is, like not putting any attention to me, just how great this guy is, like slapping him on the shoulder, very, very just like performance.
Rickard is eating that up every time you mention the brother and just this sort of character, and you're with that. The other soldiers, you can tell every so often, like when you like do the slap on the shoulder, there's this very slick sort of shift or whatever, and then they kind of go back to it because they see the way Rickard is with you, but they're not getting quite the same reaction with you. You're kind of, there's definitely a few sort of annoyed faces looking at you as you do that, as you take those sort of liberties. But as far as they're concerned, Rickard's eating it up, and they're happy. Some of them are happy to see Claude. Some of them don't know Claude. You know, there's other ones that are like, you know, they know of him. They kind of heard about the other Marcel brother, but this is a job to them. They're here with Rickard. They were deployed here. So there's varying degrees of friendliness and professionalism and seriousness amongst the group.
And I think very much the group, like, they haven't seen me be like this, like almost performance-y of like boisterous, other than like the very first bar we were at when I was kind of trying that and got shut down very much quickly, like with what happened at the very first time we all met. He was trying to get that going, and it got shut down with the sardine drink and all that stuff. So he's very much playing up this part. Good,
very good.
You're saying you toned it down?
So I've been like goofy. Tommy's kind of goofy dumb, but I haven't had this chance to have like an audience of like, and like try to get my bump shoulders with the higher class for a moment. So, or what I think is going to be the higher class. So he's extra laughing. It's like, again, it's stuff that even very much brothers saying something that only they two get, but I laugh at it at the same time. Oh no, yeah, like that kind of performance.
And we'll go back to Claude. Claude, you're basically finishing up your story.
Yeah. What time of day is it, by the way?
You're probably looking early evening, so you're probably looking maybe, let's say, 5 o'clock in the evening.
Okay.
It's still relatively bright, so this is kind of still, let's call it summer months, so still a little bit of daylight left. But you know anyway that with yourself, any journey to Daggerford is overnight. It's a single overnight. You'd probably still be there relatively late in the morning. So you've got time. It's not like, but you do know there's sort of a distance. It's not like you're trying to race to stop sunlight anyway.
Yeah, I mean, so I'll turn to Rickard. We came here to rest. Obviously, that didn't happen. I don't know. Do we want to make camp or travel? I'll turn to the group. Like, I'll say, do we want to travel through the night? Or do we want to camp and travel to Daggerford in the morning?
Tell you what, I could use a good rest after that fight. I know we kind of hung out for a little bit and got our bearings, but now if we're going to be making a day's journey, I think I'd be
so
spend the evening.
Rickard at that point is probably, he's saying, well, original plan was to come in, kind of see how things were going. We're not sort of set on our plan. We probably would have been turning around anyway and just camping on the roadside, but we're in no particular rush. If you want to make Father's event, thankfully it's tomorrow evening. So even if we did leave in the morning, we'd still have time. So it's completely up to yourself. There's still plenty of options for that. At the end of the day, we've just walked that. We've just walked here. We haven't encountered anything. So you guys are in worse shape than we are.
I mean, I'm more than willing to go. I didn't know. I missed that about your father's event. I'm sorry. So,
Oh no, that's fine. I had mentioned it to Claude anyway. I hadn't at that stage. I hadn't sort of. He understands these sort of commitments as like the last, sort of at this time of each month.
Yeah.
And even then they're not as regular. It's I say committee town meeting. It's a bit of a party. It's a bit of a do. It's a bit of a celebration. Yeah, especially between Dad's appointment onto the council, and this will be one of his first ones that he's there. Technically a second one, but you know yourself, Claude. The first one's are kind of a formality. It's more like a signing in and pledge and stuff. The second one, let's say the real business gets done when the drinks start flowing.
Maybe it's a good.
Yeah.
Maybe we should hurry up and wait then.Maybe get there and then rest and relax there.
As Rickard mentions parties and drinking, Claude gives a subtle yet firm clap on Tommy's back.
Hey, a step forward is a step closer to the drinks flowing. Let's go.
Yeah. It will be up to yourself. I'll come back to the tone thing. It will be up to yourselves. It's basically the difference between sleeping in Flattery, where everything's happened, but the other one, it might be a bit more uncomfortable as well, because we would be sleeping on the roadside. So honestly, we don't mind what you want to do. We're going to get to it anyway. It's really just the difference between, do we get there early in the morning or a wee bit in the afternoon? But either way, we'll still get there tomorrow with plenty of time. So there's no pressure from ourselves. We are ready to do as you guys see fit.
How is Tobin reacting to the merchants?
No particular reaction. He's probably more sniffing around Tommy's pocket.
Yeah.
And every so often he's looking at Rian. Just so he's looking at attention from Rian.
Yeah.
And then even like any dog around something that catches their nose, the nose keeps going back to Tommy's pocket.
I'm just making sure he's not acting like. I know he's not very intimidating, but at least aggressively.
No.
Being part of the Seven Sons.
He initially heard the sound, so like any dog with sensitivity to the ear, he would have heard the sound of the unified, marching towards that and watched it. But he would have watched from behind Rian's legs.
Gotcha.
But not terrified, not overly aggressive.
That's all I need.
More distracted.
Yeah, so we get. If we get on the road now, we can take care of some business before the party.
Yeah, if we get to town, we can send a letter to the refugee camp and let them know that there's a
place to be
empty space for them. Yeah, they'll have to rebuild a little, but
at that point, Rickard overhears that and he says, "Sorry, refugee camp."
Did Claude only tell you about the story of here?
We hadn't gotten to like our backstory with the gods and stuff like that. I was going to do that either like camping or
It's sorry. Well,
is there something we can do to help?
Sorry to bury the lead with it, Rickard. No, that's something that we can be discussed on the road, I guess.
Yeah. Is this linked with Summerthorn?
It is.
Yes,
that's where we came from.
Summerthorn. Oh my God, we saw the waves. We just like with the port. I'm not sure if you know Daggerford well, but we've quite an extensive port there. A lot of ships got rocked in that area because it's generally it's like a large river sort of going by us. So it's not even ocean area. But some of the waves that were coming in were certainly causing the ships to move. We even had to repair one or two of the docks. And that's not devastating. Thankfully, nobody was hurt, but we knew there must have been a disturbance. We know Summerthorn is down that direction, and we'd heard of an attack. Was it a raid or?
It was an elemental force of nature. It was what was her name?
It was the dragon.
It was Kisera.
Kisera.
Is Rickard familiar with these?
Yeah, if you're sort of like of the stories, Kisera and
it's very real.
The forces. Oh my!
Yeah, that's we need to talk about that.
I honestly thought Mother told us that as like a scary bedtime story. Not to be jumping off the docks and into the thing and playing about. And
so Shellburg is wiped off the map. We were rescued, luckily, by the refugees that did escape in time. Now there's some sort of imbalance.
Terrible. It's terrible.
he's just completely shell shocked. Like this jovial nature that went from it, like it's a real concern is all over his face, and he probably the first sort of calm and demeanor is kind of getting over his face a bit, and you can kind of see him a little bit under when in a crisis, and it's like, is there something we can do? Do you want to get more guys? Like, he's not exactly giving off this idea of cool under pressure. One thing has sort of went wrong, and he's like, "Oh my god! All right,
maybe they can find shelter in Daggerford. Maybe we send word back to have them travel."
I think that's what I think is a good idea. Just, I mean, right here, Flattery seems like it might be the best place for them to settle.
You have
Flattery could be an idea. At the end of you've seen the space. His one attempt at lighten up the humor is like, they won't be able to go to the bar.
They'll build it back better.
It's not exactly pristine anymore, is it?
You have guards to send back and
Yeah,
maybe escort them.
Some help.
Some men to spare.
Of course.
To send word.
Yeah, like at that moment, he's like, right. Are they still in Summerthorn? You said Shellburg's gone. Where do you want me to send people? Because I can send these guys. I can send them right now at this point. We won't need them going back. It's the road between Flattery and Daggerford. It's like, it's.
I don't know how. Right now they're in a small trading village.
Yeah.
Outpost, if you will.
Phil?
I don't know how kindly they would take to a large group of militia-like coming into their area. They're it's mostly non-human folks, and I'm not sure how they'll react to it.
The people from Shellburg are there, and at the end of the day, did they help? Like,
I mean, they're providing refuge right now, and
okay,
so
that's good.
I don't feel there's an imminent need to relocate them, but I do think it is.
Like, do they have enough resources? Like, do they have enough resources to take in all those new people?
They seem very.
We've got plenty, thankfully, and like Flattery's got the space.
Yeah, I just don't think we need to send the whole battalion. Maybe just write a letter and send a messenger. Reach out to them. Xeris is their elder.
Their elder. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, I think that's a good idea. And like Rickard's like, right, he's right. Okay, yeah. And at that point, he's like, right, yeah, you, and you. Right, go to Magville, and like pretty much everybody bar like 2 or 3 of them is going. And he's like, no, that's my decision. Yeah, right. We're going to go to Magville and bring everybody here, and bring food and rations and water and blankets and everything. We're gonna yes. Whoever it is, we're gonna help. That's what Daggerford does. And okay, go. What are you waiting around for? Come on, go. Get out of here.
What can I at least send word for Xeris to let him know that everything will. I mean that you can do what you want, because Rickard's already given the command. So like these guys are picking up their
their bags and their shields and stuff, and they're ready to go. Rickard told them where to go, and he's like, "Come on, yeah, right. No time like the present."
Okay, can I? Then I would like to somehow. I don't know how I'm going to do this. I would like to write a letter to them, to Xeris, directly from myself. To explain.
Tell anybody you're writing the letter?
Well, I mean, I was announcing that, like, I don't.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, oh, hold on, wait, one before everybody goes. I'm gonna run to what was that the little shop that had all the clutter stuff. I'm sure I can find some parchment. And,
Worthwhiles.
Worthwhiles, that's it. I'm gonna write him write a letter.
Okay.
And I wonder, well,
I just pictured hold on, and then you run away from the group. Hold on, and you just like take off over to the building.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna go write a letter. I'm gonna try to.
Rickard at that point, confused by your announcement, and then running off, looks at Claude, and this is probably one of the first times he's kind of like leaned over to Claude and goes, "You think that's the best play, right? That's I would do. Would you have done that?"
I don't know if there is a best play, but I know those people need help. So
yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking as well. Do you think I should send the rest of the guys as well? Or
I don't think they need an overwhelming force. They seem to be fairly organized. It seems like they rescued us after all. But obviously they're in disarray, so anything can help. Any supplies.
Couldn't hear what you said there.
You cut it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you would do this as well, right?
I think you're on the right track. I think you're making the right decision.
Okay, and Rickard's doing like loads of like overly hip bobbing his heads. Like, yeah, okay, right, yeah, right. That's what I do. I'm not sure where your friend has gone. Look at Rian. Rian's not really showing any sort of emotion here. Tommy.
Here. Great decisions. Let's. The more we get to move on, the better for everyone.
Yeah. And he looks at Claude and he sees Logan looking sad off to the side, and he says to Claude, he goes, Did he lose somebody in Shellberg? He looks should I go over and offer my condolences?
He lost something special.
Something. Oh, okay. Right.
Let's call it the one that got away.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Wow, the one that got away. Oh no. And he's going to walk over to Logan and just says, "I'm sorry for your loss, my friend. I can only imagine that they were very special to you. Comes to the matters of the heart. Unfortunately, I really don't have time. I haven't had as much experience. I can't even imagine the pain you're going through right now. So, but if there's anything that we can do, just let me know, okay? I'm gonna leave you in peace.
Don't even worry about it. I'm sure I'll meet with my friend again one day.
I hope that too. I hope that too, my friend. Known a bit of loss in my life, but if there's anything I can do,
I appreciate that.
It's tough when people just up and vanish from your life for whatever reason, and just kind of lost in his thoughts here at the moment. He's like,
That's all right. Logan,
I get it. Yeah.
He turns away. He walks back to the group. I mean, I've been there the whole time, but just kind of get back into the mix. I'm done staring off into the emptiness.
And Rickard at that point just kind of sees you just walk off, just end the conversation by walking off. It made his attempts to make you feel better, and he goes, okay. And he walks back to Claude and goes, I might have made that worse. I was just trying to.
You did what you thought was right. Time will heal all wounds.
Please let him know that thoughts are with him, okay?
Oh, Logan knows.
Bodok has ran off.
Yep. I'm typing out my letter.
Typing up your letter. Very good. While that is going on, so let's say this is happening at the same time as me having that conversation, or Rickard having that conversation with Logan. So it's not like extra time is passing. And Rickard's had, so like at this point, those guards, most of them, like I said, there's maybe about 20 or so, say about 16, 17 of them are ready to rock and roll. They've got all their belongings. They're back in formation. Because there's 17 of them. They're looking at like, how do we because 4x4 and you and you stand at the front, and they're kind of almost like kind of rambling, sort of conferring amongst each other. Who's going on? There doesn't seem to be any sort of other ranking officer in amongst that. It's really just Rickard and these guys in there. So with that there, it's go right. Okay, so obviously, like I said, up to you guys. We can make our way on the road. We can stay here. There's nice. I'm trying to think where would be one of the best places we could actually camp. Probably the same as we did the last time. There's a watering hole along the way. There's the bridge is probably a bit far for how far we're going tonight before we would stop. So yeah, okay, right. Well, we know where we're going. At least Claude and I can direct things, and ready to go whenever you guys are. If you want to get the rest of your stuff ready, there's no immediate rush. We'll go probably in the next hour, because at the end we've done a lot of walking as well. So if anything, if you can give us a bit of a breather, because we literally just arrived, maybe we can help sort of put out the fire for the bar and kind of give something, especially for the people of Shellberg who were coming here and we're going to help. We're doing something. Yes.
Yes, you are.
Letter.
Finished your letter.
Yes. Okay. So I'm gonna be in my so I would like to give them the letter. So did they leave yet? Did they
So we said that we're giving
party?
The helping party is going to stick around for the next hour.
Okay.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, because they've just done the march the whole way here, in the space of 10 minutes of them being here and people talking, you're asking them to walk off. Any good leader like Rickard would know, understand, it's got to give him at least some sort of respite.
The way he commanded it, though,
he was super excited. But if anything, he's talking about it with Claude, he's having a bit of a think about it, and even that's our last. If anything, the sobering conversation with Logan helped kind of resettle his mind a little bit. It distracted him from the "gotta help now" feeling.
Yeah.
So it's like, actually, okay, right, we're all tired. Let's take a breath.
During the hour, while we're preparing, Claude's going to take Rickard with him to go bury. He's going to take a shovel and go bury the goblin that they had found outside of Flattery.
Okay.
Just dig a small grave.
Yep. Tobin watches you as you go off in that direction, but he's sticking with Rian at the moment because he's got a very confused look. He just knows they're walking in that direction.
I was going to say Rian probably is going to go help. I tried to keep that goblin alive so hard.
Okay.
Sure did.
Okay. Bodok's working on his letter. Claude is going with Rickard and Rian, at the very least, to the impromptu funeral. Tommy and Logan, any thoughts of what you would want to do, especially during this next hour? If anybody has any sort of health or anything, I'm okay to consider this as a short rest, so you can use your hit dice to regain some health.
I want to do that.
Yeah, cool. Well, as far as I'm concerned, this is like a restful period, so you can still do stuff, but it'll almost act like short rest and things. It doesn't necessarily feel like it doesn't necessarily mean you have to sit still and do nothing for an hour. You're just not fighting. You're not fighting. You're not in the middle of stuff. But yeah, anybody wants to roll any hit point dice that they have. So,
can I go looking for the cloak?
Of course you can. So, as far as you're concerned, the last known position of said elusive cloak is. So you guys are all here. Okay. This is the window you heroically jumped out of on this side. And your assumption is because no one saw the cloak going this way, the cloak must have went this way.
Okay. Now, is that like the woods off there? Does it be
Open area, big wall. So the walls maybe with sort of 3 stories and stuff, but you know the way it moved. It's not walking. It's not a walker. Put it that way.
Oh,
God. It's a flyer.
Okay, so it could have flown over the wall, or no? I'm sorry.
May I suggest a survival check?
Investigation,
For,
survival,
like,
any kind of check
tracking
you
and
want to do.
stuff? Yeah.
Hey, help me out, man.
Yep.
You guys been playing Baldur's Gate? I haven't.
Oh, you haven't? Dude, you should. Like, it's honestly, but okay, so like,
it helps you learn all the mechanics.
It gives you a good idea. But like survival in the description, if you click it, it says hunt wild game. Or
I am
identify signs that owlbears live nearby. I know it's not an owlbear, but
track the
decide.
You're a ranger, man. You can track
I know.
it down.
I know.
I'm giving you the confidence. You got this, Happy.
Got a 20 on survival.
Oh yeah, perfect. You go around, and you do know it went around this corner because there's a very small thread, like a almost imperceivable thread, is caught right in the edge of the corner of that building, and trees have been disturbed along that path. It definitely made a shot towards the wall area, or at least towards this edge of the building in the direction of the wall. You want to do?
Sorry, I was taking a drink.
Okay.
So I know it's over there, so I'm gonna want to go over there and investigate.
As you come around here, you realize that there's what looks like. So you look at the wall. The wall doesn't seem to have any sort of scuffs. There doesn't seem to be anything like something's been wiped across it or looked across it along the area. You do notice that behind you on that wall, one of the windows has a pair of curtains on the outside of it, a blue pair of curtains on the outside of the building, and
it's now nighttime.
So there's a blue pair of curtains on the outside of the wall and of the building. You can see a doorway here, which seems still to be closed, and there seems to be no signs of friction along the outside of this wall.
Where did this thing go? Can I investigate the curtains?
I'll investigate the curtains. With a survival 20 check, the first thing you realize is, why are there curtains on the outside of a building? And why does only one set of window have a pair of curtains?
Yeah, that's a good question. I go up and tug on the curtain.
And the curtain reels. It reels back. It like lifts up, and it's kind of shaking a little bit.
Hey, buddy, I'm sorry about my idiot friend Tommy over there who shot at you. I'm so sorry about that. I mean you no harm. You can trust me. And I extend a hand and just try to be as non-threatening as possible.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. How do you describe what you believe now is not a curtain off the wall? Because it is still shaking at the moment. It's shaking a little bit less. How else do you try to engage with it?
What are you doing here in this town? God, man, I'm bad at improv.
And basically, what you do see is it's shaking a little bit less. So let me zoom out here, and it does kind of slide down the wall onto the floor.
There he is. There's my buddy. There's my boy.
Yeah. And you can see at this moment it kind of rises up, and it looks like it's being worn by something that's invisible. You know, it's got that frame as if it's like, you know, the collar's up and the shoulders right a little bit, and it's drifting a little bit. And you can see like at the bottom, at the end, looks like sharp points on the edge of the cloak. There's some beautiful. It looks if it's embroidery, it looks like the most intricate embroidery in the world, almost lifelike. These yellow ovals with small green ovals in the middle, and there's all around these different areas. And it rises up one of the coattails, and it starts. It's almost like looking around, and it's up, and it's like. Very, and even the bow on it, it's doing some kind of pointing as well. And if anything, the bow it wraps up to the top of it, and the best you can make out is it almost looks like the shape that eyebrows would make on a face. So it's kind of wrapped up, and it's like, you know, pointing down at the moment, and confused and twitching and stuff. So.
I extended my hand out to see if it can maybe approach, and if I can touch it.
Okay. Let's do whichever one is best for you, either a persuasion or an animal handling check.
Animal handling. 17.
Good, very good. Okay. Yeah, so it's looking at you, it backs away a little bit. But it does let you touch it. It lets you sort of touch the outside of it. As your hand sort of going along the outside of it, you don't even want to touch the edges of this thing because they are sharp. They are very, very sharp. And this, what seemed like incredibly beautiful artistic work or embroidery, actually for a second you swear one of them closes and opens again, like really, really quickly. Like almost like you have to be looking at it to see it happen. Happened really, really quickly. It went.
Okay, I see. Okay. Now that I've found it, what do I do? I see.
It's like a dog chasing a car. Don't know what I'll do if I catch it.
Oh.
Does Logon have a cloak of his own?
No.
No, he doesn't.
I don't believe so. No, he does not. I would like to wear this thing, but that seems a little scary, you know, stepping inside of that thing with the sharp edges.
One way to find out.
I think
cloak, would it be okay if I put you on?
Bow.
Do I have? Do you have consent?
Do I put you on?
Yeah. So at this moment, it does back off maybe a little tiny bit. You know, it's willing to sort of hang around, like it knows you're not a threat. Maybe not quite there. You know, at the end of the day, it was, you know, in the 15 minutes that it's known of you, it's got shot at once and chased. So
gotta buy a dinner first.
If you want to hang out with me, you can certainly join me, and I promise I'll protect you from that Tommy guy. That won't happen again.
And the ribbon that pops up, it's like it kind of almost kind of looks like slightly sad eyes, and it's like determined eyes. It's like a slight nod from the neck collar. It's like okay, but it so it goes behind you, but maybe 6 feet behind you. But you see, you get the feeling it's following you.
Excellent.
And any time you take a step forward, it takes about the same. So it's always maintaining that gap.
Okay. Well, now that I know that it's kind of hanging out with me, I'm going to walk back towards the rest of the group, and hopefully it follows with me.
Oh, it does. So as you make your way towards the front of the building, it does. As you round the corner towards it, Rickard's instinct when he sees that is to put Claude behind his back, and he gets the intention of all guards on me, and it starts to freak out, and as it's trying to figure out where to go, it sees Tommy, and it backs off even further.
Wait. Hold.
I step in front of the cloak and put my arms out and just say, "No, you do not hurt this thing." And especially looking at you, Tommy.
Tommy was just like busy. Like his whole period was him just going from like guard to guard and like trying to buddy up and find which one was the dumbest. Just so in his head, he knows who he could use when he gets to this town if he needs to. So he was just kind of helping with like cleaning up after everything, whatever. And he saw you come back with it, but he didn't make any motion to, because it wasn't like jumping out. It didn't look like it was rushing. So Tommy's just standing there. He didn't pull his pistol out. He didn't do anything. He was more worried of the sudden call to arms of all the soldiers. And you could tell he got that little uneasy feeling again of like, they're not after me. Okay. So like, we're cool. Like, so Tommy didn't make any movement towards your new friend.
Okay. Hold on. How are you going to convince everybody that you're not in danger?
So this cloak has shown no aggressiveness, shown no aggression towards me whatsoever. In fact, it seems quite friendly. I don't know what it is, but I would like to keep it around for now. I don't know.
Good job.
Everybody seems to be standing still at the moment, other than Tobin starts to take a couple of steps out from behind Rian's legs, and you can see Tobin kind of come up towards, doing lots of sniffing sounds. Not sure if you could hear that, if it was that sound effect was wasted. But I just accidentally hyperventilated myself by doing a lot of sniffing.
It came through.
Yeah, it came through. Cool. And so he seems to be at ease. He's not surprised. He's probably one of the only ones. He's almost, and you can see the butt kind of starts to wiggle a little bit as he's going up towards it, and so he just trots up towards the cloak, and he sits down with his back to the cloak, and you can just see the cloak kind of just doing. Just with the end of its thing.
All right, well, that settles it. If Tobin approves.
Yeah, this party's already weird. Might as well keep going.
Crap. Now for the YouTube edit, I need to make a Tobin approved thing that slams onto the
screen. Yeah. Okay.
Tobin approves this message.
Cool. And most people have kind of went along the premise of if a dog trusts, it seems like even the guards understand the idea. Well, if a dog trusts you, I'm okay with you there. They seem to be a good judge of character. Rickard walks up to Logan, as probably all the soldiers are standing still, and walks up to Logan and goes, I'm glad to see you've got your smile back. Even if this has potentially distracted you from your loss for a few minutes, I hope that this cloak brings you some joy as you're going through this tough time.
I don't even correct him. I just let it go.
Yeah. Stay strong, my friend. Stay strong. And not there. Okay, cool. At that point, so Claude, Rian, and Rickard pretty much ready to do your impromptu funeral as you go there. So you're getting your materials ready. And Bodok has been working on his letter.
Yep.
Bodok, do you want to go first? In terms of what you want to do with the letter.
You seem like you were ready for that funeral, but I would like to. So I finished my letter. I would like to put it in an envelope, wax seal it, so that way it's secured. And then I'd like to go to whoever would be in charge of the convoy or the envoy.
Yeah, cool. Probably the best person to find that out from would be Rickard himself.
Okay. So I'm gonna run up to Rickard. Rickard, who's before they go to the future? I'm gonna catch them while they're on their way. Rickard, who's which of your soldiers is gonna be, or which one of your men is gonna be in charge of the group going to Magfield?
None of my men will be in charge. It's actually going to be Suzanne. She's going to be in
Suzanne.
charge.
Okay, excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah. We don't discriminate when it comes to the potential promotions.
You're right. I use it as a general term. Where are they? Are they?
Understand. It's a different way of thinking, and I'm not quite culturally sure where you're from exactly, but yeah.
I ran. I didn't even scan your folks.
Yeah, we go for. At the end of the day, armor's there to be protective. It's not for a fashion show. So
wow,
it's
no chainmail bikinis.
No, I know you wanted to introduce that, but anyway, back to the no. You're the holy one in the family. And looks at that and basically calls over to her, and she comes over, and she's definitely the most she's prompt. She's over there. She's there. She's ready to go. Incredible. You can see there's clearly a rank professionalism about the way she steps over.
Suzanne, I humbly request, whenever you go to Magfield, when you approach, I would say don't do it in full force. Maybe one or two of you approach with this letter and request their elder Xeris. We have formally met him. He provided us refuge. He's providing the refugees.
She takes out like a bit of almost like paper, or and she's clearly like getting a pencil and something like that, then writing it down, and she's taking Xeris. Okay, yes. Not full force. So you're saying they're friendly?
They are friendly. They were friendly for us, and I believe a cautious approach for you. They were willing to help, but there's definitely some hesitance to
what type of terrain are we dealing with? How many entry points are we dealing with? What sort of time of the day is best? Is there any sort of cultural considerations we can take into place? What language do they speak?
I believe
she's like if you're given the debrief, if you're given the debrief,
common, enter through the what was that? There was a large dragon-like arch.
It's like a large crocodile. Yeah.
Large crocodile, I think. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, thank you, DM.
So it's a water-based entry. Yeah.
It is water-based entry.
Okay, right.
So it'll be swampy, and you'll be probably exposed. So be just careful with them. They're very, very cautious.
This Xeris character, any further intelligence you can provide on that?
He speaks with a lot of S's.
A lot of S's. Yeah. Yes. So potential speech impediment, or are we dealing with, or is this a cultural?
It's a cultural thing,
or is it a biomechanical?
I would say
their
cultural.
Species. Cultural.
I mean, yeah.
Okay. Right. Okay. So respect that, and you can see her kind of scribbling stuff, and it seems like a lot. It's more notes than you gave her, so she's actually writing some stuff here. You can't see it unless you try to read it.
Can I do an insight check?
Yeah, you can try to read upside down. Absolutely. Yep.
Oh yeah, I guess I'll try to read upside down. Would that be
okay with insight? Whichever stat, and if you give me a rationale why you think is relevant, pick a high number and.
Well, I was doing insight just to see how she's like reacting to it, if she thinks anyway. Well, insight is 18.
18, yeah. Okay. So she's basically writing like practice speaking with lots of S's, cultural, significance. Will conduct further analysis before approaching suggested small party. And you can see she's taken down all the detail pretty much exactly as you said, but with her sort of militaristic precision.
Yes.
When it comes to this. Okay. And she folds up the piece of paper and puts it in there. And there was a package. You want us to deliver a package?
It's more of a letter, and it's just, please take this and give it to Xeris as well.
Can I speak this? Do you want me to read this letter and speak it to them, or
please no? Just give
No,
it to.
no.
Actually, introduce yourself and present. Please present it just to Zaris. Hopefully it'll get you the invitation, or whoever you meet.
Yeah,
Whoever
you understand.
meets
You understand. You understand. I'm taking a lot of risk providing a letter that I have not read myself.
Send the most expendable soldier, I'd say.
Is that an attempt at humor?
That was my attempt at humor. I apologize. It's a grim humor, I know.
I am inclined to open this letter, sir.
I insist that you go ahead and do that if you wish.
She immediately opens it.
All right.
And what's she reading on the letter? Because she is reading it out loud.
Okay. Well, I'll put it in general then.
Yep. I'm sorry. I know you put in the effort writing it down and but this situation went south.
It did. I just
yeah.
I love.
Hey, you know what? Some things don't go the way you want it. What can I do?
Love the conversation from the soldier's perspective. Okay, split up your people. Be cautious when you enter. They're friendly, yeah, but be cautious. Go through this. Like everything was like it was like such a back and forth of it's okay, they're cool, but be cautious. Send your most expendable person, but be like but they're friendly.
Yeah.
It's like approaching a wounded. It's like approaching a wounded dog. Wounded animal.
I knew your point. I just kept thinking of it from the soldier's perspective of we just met you 2 minutes ago. You want us to go to this place, be cautious, but do this, but be like, and it was like,
Hey.
but they're friendly. Send your most expendable person. Wait, what? What are we going into?
I didn't say they were friendly. I just said they were hospitable.
Hospitable, yeah. It's just like it was just funny.
And at that point, instantly, Suzanne starts reading. And she's making it, everybody can hear this. Elder Zaris, I hope this finds you well. Stop. Please excuse the overwhelming nature of the group, but at the request of Claude, the paladin who helped in the medical triage, stop. They come with good intentions to help the refugees of Shellberg and relocate them to the town of Flattery, which has recently been vacated of merchants and doppelgangers. Stop. I hope that you're able to help with anything while they are there as well. Stop. If you would, please reach out to Jarvis and let him know Rian as well. And on her way to Daggerford with Claude. Stop. Also, they will have means when they arrive if they investigate closed calls. I hope to help repay your hospitality in the future. Cheers. Bo.
That was a really good letter.
Thanks, buddy.
Well done.
It's off the cuff. So now you understand there's no ill intent. I just hope you, Suzanne, approach them as if you were to approach Logon's cloak, as if it was a wounded but dangerous animal.
The last second, she looks over to Rickard, and Rickard goes, deliver the letter. Deliver the letter. Approach with caution. I understand your experience will determine the fine balance between approach with caution, yet they are friendly.
Yes.
Utilize the intelligence that you've been provided so far. And on your way when ready. Thank you, Suzanne. Mr. Bodak.
Yar.
Mentioned close call.
I glance at Rian.
May I speak to you about this matter?
Yeah, of course. There's just
he's looking at Claude now.
Sorry, what was the question?
He hasn't asked the question, so he's looking at Claude as he approaches Bodak. Very much with a look of, I know he's your friend. Walk over, and it's quite a slow, deliberate walk right up in front of you. So it's not off to the side, kind of chummy.
Wait, is he coming
demeanor.
to me? Is he coming to
He's
Bo,
coming straight towards you, Bo.
Oh, okay.
Straight towards you, directly in front of you. His back is very straight. He's walking towards you. Continue.
Well, I guess now is as good a time as any. Before there was the pleasantries that we had went through and the
we exchanged with you.
What's that?
That we exchanged with you.
You exchanged with us. You're correct.
In open communication.
Clear. There was no deception.
Mm-hmm.
We were just I had discovered Tell, and had
Because
found.
when he heard the word "we," he looked over at Claude disapprovingly.
There is no deception,
Here.
and Claude is unaware of this yet. This was something
What
that we
exactly?
had discovered.
There's a
Well-
lot of fine fabrics in Close Call, and they lost everything.
This is it.
Deception,
Yeah, so
deception check, please. And Bo, are you assisting with this performance, this deception?
that's
Are you
exactly
backing
what
up our story? No.
Yeah, there's I mean, that's where we found the cloak, and that's where there's plenty of goods. And
12.
Roll with advantage because Bo is supporting the story.
Okay.
So he's helping.
14.
A moment to look over towards the open door of Close Call. Okay. It makes sense. Was that secret worthy? Was that worthy of privacy?
We just, anything that seems valuable, we just try not to talk about it too much in front of our
I'm not
good
sure.
sailor friend.
I'm also not sure how I was trying to keep it so secret when I gave full permission to open up the letter and read it. I wasn't trying to. I was just giving them the heads up that that's probably where they could stay until they could build true lodging. I mean, it's a 2-story building.
And Tommy's a loot goblin.
Okay. Bodok, deception check with the advantage of Rian helping, especially Rian basically throwing Tommy under the bus.
Well, that's good. It's all right. Good. First one was a 7. Second one's a 19.
Okay. And at that point, he just goes, takes another look over Close Call and goes, okay, sorry for the, just as you can understand, I'm sending my team.
And that's why I work my
it's
best.
it's their lives.
That's why. Hey, that is why I poured my heart into that letter as quickly as I could to make sure that they were as safe as possible whenever entering Macfield. While we're on the subject of skepticism, what do you think of this coin? And I give him the one coin that I took. I show him the one coin with the lady with Tamora, the goddess.
So originally he's looking at the side that doesn't have Tamora on it.
Okay.
It's just like it looks just looks like a standard coin.
Yeah.
It's gold and Daggerford as well. Is this like a local currency for you, or?
Yeah, we found it on.
Still only looking at
Goblin
one
in the
side, by the
Seven
way.
Sun.
Oh.
I mean, full disclosure.
And then he takes the other look at the other side and he goes, right. Okay. This.
I know that's why you were here.
Well, we were here because there have been more and more incidences of
flattery, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Of flattery, and it seems to link in with their increased activity, the Seven Sons, and now this really provides an insight, because this is not a legitimate coin. There's the weight distribution is very, very good.
Are you saying it's counterfeit?
Yes, I am. We've never used the Timora emblem on our coins, although he takes a pause a moment where he's kind of just not saying something to himself. He's really thinking something to himself. He's sitting there thinking if you want to say anything, or
I know I'm not quick witted.
Yeah, that's okay. So he's going, well, unless could it have leaked out? Could it have? Don't know. I'm gonna have to investigate this when I get back. We haven't used that god yet on a coin, but I do think there had been plans for the next minting of coins to utilize this. So this was almost like is it an advanced coin, or
Is it information that might have leaked? Because I mean, we found it on the Suns.
it's generally a well-guarded secret, but it can be. It's either a lucky guess that might be the next god to be utilized on the coins. A very lucky guess.
Can I do an insight guess? Insight check on him? See if he's telling me the truth, or if he knows. That is an 18.
Yeah, you can tell from his expression he knows Timora was supposed to be the next one.
But
like
he's actually concerned about why it's on this.
He's concerned about he's concerned why there's a Timora on this coin, because that change is certainly not one he would have expected to be done now.
Out of character, real quick, did you all find that coin with all the others, or is this one we found somewhere else?
These are the one that I have. I took from the 3 chests because I thought it was a trap.
Okay, I thought we had found another coin somewhere else, but
we did. We found them on the goblin. And
the goblin had one. Actually, the goblin had one, and Tobin. Yeah, Tobin's old satchel is correct.
That's right. But it was the same. It had the Timora symbol on it.
Mm-hmm.
That was thanks to Tell. Figure that out.
Can Tommy roll an insight check on the group that he's been left out of something? Because now that he's been mentioned, because before they had the conversation down in the basement, I knew nothing about it. But now that we're in the group situation and my name has been mentioned, and then a gold piece was, could I see if I've been?
Who mentioned your name?
Tommy, a loot goblin.
So what I'm going to do is Tommy's going to look over to the group that has Bodok and Rain, because they were talking with Ricard at the time. Bodok and Rain are both going to do their own deception checks versus Tommy's insight check, because he's basically going to try to read their body language. If any of them give away a clue that Tommy's been withheld information. Tommy,
are we still rolling with advantage since we're both together?
No, because you don't. In a way, your deception is sort of still for. So you're basically still trying to hold your body language. You're trying to hold your performance. You don't know Tommy's looking at you, but Tommy's trying to get a clue.
Well, Tommy, good luck.
If like people are talking about him behind his back.
I got a 20.
I got a 19.
Sign it all from Bodok.
Hopefully, you don't let it leak, Rhiannon.
I got 16.
Oh, okay, cool. What'd you get?
Oh wait, no, he got a 19.
Oh.
No clue whatsoever from Bodok, but the way Rian almost kind of playfully threw you under the boat. Under the bus.
Under the boat's perfect.
Yeah, that's actually more relevant under the boat. Yeah,
yeah.
Threw you under the boat.
Old say we say on the ships.
Yeah. Yeah. Rian is definitely hiding something from you. Definitely hiding some info from you.
Tommy kind of like thinks on it for a second, but isn't mad by it. It's kind of like I hide things as a pirate. It's almost like a little bit more respectful, like that I know that she can do something, like keep something from me. So because it was such a close roll, he kind of just like, but doesn't like go into it anymore. He's like,
so Ricard,
at that point,
is it worth anything? Even
it's not supposed to be, but I wouldn't be surprised if people are accepting it.
50 copper? I don't know. Anything? I know it's not real gold, but
I can't be.
Or is it more illegal?
More currently illegal.
Right.
So Claude, thinking of the coin coming from the goblin, and all the symbolism they've been finding, explains to Rickard, like we've been encountering the Seven Suns symbol since the attack in Shellberg, and the coins came off of a goblin with a tattoo. I think, did we already bury this guy?
Also, is this? Sorry, not out of character. Not to mention the branding. There was a tattoo on the larger
On the rat.
3 on the rat, but then the goblins were branded, I believe.
Oh, is that the difference?
I mean, that is what I
branding.
perceive.
Do you remember Radishing? Was it a brand or a tattoo?
Yeah,
The rat was
Bodog's actually got it perfectly spot on. The rat had a tattoo. Goblins were branded.
Okay. The branding.
The one thing about the branding though is that the branding was on top of what probably looked like an old sort of potential tattoo of some sort, or there was other sort of details underneath it. You could tell the branding was almost put on top of it.
Yeah, so the brand would imply forced labor, possibly. But if he had one of these coins, I suspect that the Seven Sons might be doing some shady activity, and this coin might be proof of that.
You think it's forging?
I
think
suspect
there.
If somebody had inside knowledge, which the Seven Sons would as part of the Merchants Guild, they might be trying to gain an advantage here.
Undermine it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. Oh, fat to hear about this. He's really got to hear about this. Okay. I think were you about to say Radishin? I'm not quite sure. Was somebody about to say Radishin?
No, I was about to say a rat with a tattoo, Ratatouille, and it was just it was too funny to keep it to myself. I was sitting on it, and then I was just gonna let it go because it was too late.
Oh yeah, Ratatouille, the famous play. Well-known theater.
The famous theater. That show actually just left. The cash windfall.
We missed it.
Yeah, in Daggerford. Yeah. The cash windfall. It was in there for a couple of weeks. I saw it. It was hilarious. Yes.
I've been meaning to see it.
Pleasant night season. Yeah.
I always seem to.
That's actually where we're going. That's actually where we're going. For tomorrow's event.
Oh.
Yeah. It's at the cash windfall. Yeah. So. So at that point, basically, the group of the soldiers, they're ready to rock and roll. Sort of anyone who wants to do sort of short rest dice rolls to recoup some hit points is fine to do that. It's getting towards sort of 6 o'clock, so you know you're going to be on the road, a little bit of traveling, going to be sleeping out underneath the stars at some point.
Like a true short rest? Can I use my Song of Rest during it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so anybody that would want to gain hit die, you can get a free 1d6. Wait, no,
so basic. Yep.
Song of Rest. Yeah, 1d6 hit point. Yeah, you can roll that for health for free, not take it from yours.
The short rests, you have a certain dice depending on your character. It could be a d4 or a d6. You have a number of those hit dice based on your level. And they almost work as a way of like quick recuperation, especially useful in scenarios where you can't just be taking 8-hour-long breaks for a long rest. You know, and if you're the sort of class that has any spells or any abilities that recharge after a short rest, which I don't think is as relevant for this group, that hour you can recoup them and make updates to your stat sheet. And basically, as you're doing that, while everyone's doing the admin, I'll sort of talk around that. Rickard's basically ready. He's got 2 or 3 of his remaining soldiers. They're ready to go. And they're just patiently waiting for you guys when you are ready. You don't get any sort of sign that he's making you go or trying to rush you in any way, but they are ready.
Just to confirm the mechanics, so each day your character has a certain number of hit dice they can use for a short rest, and then they restore after a long rest. Is that right?
Exactly. So they restore up to a long rest, up to the full number of your level. So if you're level 3, you can use it 3 times for some health. And a short rest takes an hour, as opposed to a long rest is 8 hours. It's basically a full sleep. So it's not like eating food in Skyrim where you can do it mid-fight. eat a wheel of cheese mid-fight. It's actually stopping. But in this case, we were basically almost kind of relaxed activity, which is why I was happy enough to use that for recuperation. You don't have to sit there and meditate for an hour.
Nice.
And then what I was talking about, I posted it, is my the bards have what is called a song of rest. So like during a short rest, I add an additional 1d6 hit points to your health just because I'm going to be doing some bardy stuff. Some
What bardy stuff do you do?
relaxing banjo music. You know.
Fantastic. Always known to revitalize the soul. And then, like, probably this is one of the first times that Suzanne is like, it's like probably one of the first moments you see her kind of slightly come out of her rigid shell, because you can see like there's a very slight head bob.
Oh, I see that. Can I do a performance check to see if I can make it special for her? Wow.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
That would be a 12.
How did you make it special for her?
I'm gonna gear it towards her so I see her like nodding along to it, and then I'm gonna start kind of like.
She looks like she's got that very serious, not impressed face, but as it goes, you can see every so often like her eyes kind of flicker away from you for a very slight second, but
prolonged eye contact.
Able to sort of compose herself as well. So it worked. It had a positive effect.
Nice.
An extent, yeah.
Everyone's finding their true loves this episode. We got the cape. We got the strict soldier. Tommy's looking for gold. It's one true love.
Still haven't found it.
Claude and Rian, was there anything in particular that you wanted to do with this impromptu funeral, or was it just more of a respect, get it done? Was there any sort of searching or checking or anything you wanted to do?
Can I roll a perception to see if there's any other clues now that we have like the Seven Sons conspiracy in mind? Just is there any symbols or equipment, letters, anything on his body?
Yeah. So as we talked earlier on, that branding was on top of some previous designs. Can you do an investigation check for me, please?
Yeah, 19 plus 1 for a 20.
Okay, cool. At the edges of the brand or in between it, you can see what looks like a very old tattoo, which looks like numbers. Obviously, the spaces between those gaps are taken up by the branding, but there seem to be some like numbers or letters, and you can see something that kind of looks like a little hyphen, maybe in one of the gaps. But with the placement of the branding and your high roll, you do get a feeling that this was it was put on that spot, probably for the purposes of covering that.
Are they intelligible at all?
Yeah, well, they're numbers and letters, so common numbers and letters.
Okay, but do I see any? Like, is there any meaning to them that we can glean?
Oh, not that you can. It seems like it's a line. It's very much a line. And with the color of this goblin skin, the green, it's like almost like a white ink that you can see is kind of slightly green just because it's against that part of the skin. And the branding has tried to cover as much of that number as it could. Number set of numbers and letters. Right. But other than that, it's not like a set pattern or anything that you can think of at this time.
Okay. Claude will fashion a grave marker of a sort. Is there any sort of, what I know from goblin culture, is there like a symbol that they would use for their grave markers?
Not that you know of. It's generally not an incredibly organized culture, in your opinion. You can try to roll one, but it'd be a hard roll.
Okay. Yeah, I'll roll for the hell of it. History? Insight?
Yeah, history.
All right. I forgot I need to use my new dice. Ooh, that's like an 8.
Think of anything, but if anything, you know that those numbers or letters are not goblin orientated. So you get the feeling that's not normal for a goblin.
Oh, okay.
So if anything, you know very little. You know very little about burial rituals with regards to goblins, or death celebration rituals with regards to goblins. But you know that sort of tattoo, the numbers and letters, is not goblin culture orientated. Cool.
Okay.
Rian, anything you want to do at the goblin funeral? If anything, all you can hear is a little bit of a whine from Toby.
Would anybody be opposed to doing this the way the Dragonborn do? Where we don't bury, we burn and then spread the ashes into the wind so that he can be free to wander the world.
I guess it's
Rickard
just the
is no
3 of us,
problem.
right?
Yep.
Yeah, so I assume since it's getting dark that someone has lit a few torches at this point, so use control flames to light the body, and then as it goes into ashes, I would use gust to push the ashes out onto the wind.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I do want you to do a performance check while you're doing gust. Okay, and the only reason for that is in that moment you do recall that the last time you used gust was particularly messy. So if anything, you're going to perform to try to hold back sniggering or laughing.
It's 18.
You're able to hold your composure enough. You have, right at the moment you go to use gust, you're like, oh man, the last time I used this was in a hut. It didn't go so well, but no, thankfully you're able to compose yourself and you're able to articulate, I believe the word is, a solemn and respectful gust charm or spell, and it just evenly dissipates out into the ether, into the sky. For a very brief moment, Tobin chases after the ashes, but then has to stop and just hunch over. And he's just sitting there. Just crouched over.
I was picturing that scene from The Big Lebowski where they empty the ashes from the urn and it all blows back into the thing.
And like that, the dramatic tension is cut. Yeah. So,
I just say it.
yeah. So we have a sad Tobin, and at that moment, Claude remembers a funny skit from a play that he once saw of where ashes snuck back into the thing. And I'm going to ask you to do a performance check to see if you can hold back laughing at that moment in time.
I'm gonna try and hold it back like a tear from crying, but performance. Oh fuck.
Yep.
7.
You just accidentally loudly burst out laughing right at the moment that Rain has completed this very profound motion. That Rain is a bit confused about, but maybe Rain. Is he laughing at you? Is he laughing at the situation? You don't know, but you've just done this motion. These ashes went away, and Claude has basically burst out laughing behind you.
I just glare at him.
I only laugh to keep from crying.
Okay, deception check versus an insight check. Claude, deception. Rain, insight check.
11.
No, 10.
Okay. You're not totally convinced, but you've no reason to believe that he's outright lying. Maybe it is. You've known Claude a little while, but it's not like you are, it's not like you've known each other for years. Maybe he's the sort of guy that cries at funerals. Not quite sure.
Laughs at funerals.
Oh, sorry, laughs at funerals. Laughs at funerals to cover up Maybe that's just a coping mechanism for him, possibly. Rickard's looking at you, and Rickard's not particularly impressed, Claude. He, on the other hand, knows that you are talking absolute shite because he's your brother, and he knows you, and he's definitely fully aware that you just pulled that excuse out of nowhere. Okay. And basically then Rickard turns around, he's going to make his way towards his group. He's going to shake Suzanne's hand, and this group is ready to march off in the direction of Magful Swamp. Does anybody else want to say anything to that group before they go, or make any interactions or suggestions to Rickard before he sends his troops off?
I can only make things worse. I'm not going to. I'm ready to go. Bo is ready to go.
Are you ready to go?
I am ready to go.
As you stand up, if you were taking a seat or whatever, you stand up. You find that the cloak is basically mirroring you. It's still 6 feet away, but it's pretty much mirroring your actions.
I got the biggest grin on my face right now. I get the cloak. Oh.
As we go along, I'm going to do. You are basically trying your best to communicate with this cloak. Okay, and that's what we call attuning. You are attuning to the cloak. So it's not wrapped on you at the moment, but it is. And so you can now see on the in the group chat of what that means. Ooh. So as you get to, so this is a wonders item. This is a very rare wonders item. Shape changer. You can use it as a bonus action to alter the cut, color, and style of the cloak to your whim. Protective. This living cloak wants to avoid getting hit as much as its wearer. While wearing it, the cloak pushes and pulls you out of harm's way, granting you +2 to your AC. And it has inherent immunities that are against acid damage. Alert. The cloak can grow and rearrange its eyes at will. It has dark vision out to 60 feet and will attempt to alert you if it spots hazards, giving you an advantage on wisdom checks that rely on sight.
Damn, dude.
Clingy. While attuned to the cloak, it requires a DC 18 strength check to remove it. And the cloak will do everything it can to reattach itself unless restrained.
Okay.
Here comes the fun part.
The cloak must feed from its wearer to sustain its abilities. Immediately after finishing a long rest, you must sacrifice half of your remaining hit dice to the cloak or take 1 level of exhaustion.
Okay. You know, I'm happy with this. I'm happy.
So a bit of a balance between you get some extra bonuses, but you don't have that sort of short-term health benefits.
Sure save that picture.
Yeah. And just so you know, as an added sort of marker for that, Logan, as we go through, if you have to have your hit dice, and naturally it's an odd number, I'm going to ask you to round it down.
Okay.
So benevolent.
No, because there's some good benefits in there, but there's got to be some drawbacks on it. So if you're at 3 and therefore 1.5, you only have 1 hit dice for short rest, bar any sort of other interactions.
But it's not on me yet, right?
It's not on you yet.
It's just
correct.
following me around.
Yeah, it's just following you around.
It's all right. I'm gonna wear it one day. I'm gonna be like Doctor Strange here. Yeah.
Good.
It's really cool.
Cool. Anybody want to do anything else before we hit the road towards Daggerford?
I'm thinking that cloak is like being like a prisoner to a vampire. The vampire is protecting you, but it's also going to feed off of you. It's like, I'm okay with this. Like, you know, I mean, he's protecting me, but he's also going to eat me. Maybe.
Basically, every so often, once a day, Logan, you get that feeling as if you haven't taken the price tag off a piece of clothing. You get the kind of like almost kind of sharp spike. It's like, you know, as it's doing that. So it's very soft, it's very comfortable, but it doesn't seem to, you know, it wouldn't necessarily seem to fit quite yet. Not that you have it on yet, but that's the way it's going to feel.
I'm gonna reread this.
Good.
All right, but wait, we're good. We're good. I'm a happy
Good.
guy.
Happy.
Happy.
Ready to hit the road?
I think
Yeah.
so.
Yep. Rickard basically comes right up to Claude and puts his arm around him and goes, "Oh, I can't believe it. The council." It's like, wow. It's just, oh, this is going to be so fun. So fun. All right. Let's hit the road. We've got our new party, new friends, reunited family. Wow. It's just, this is it. And let's make our way there. Like I said, we're going to have an overnight stay under the stars. It's going to be beautiful. We've got some rations with us, which will let us set up a nice campfire. As mentioned, just want to get this up on the screen. Storm asked me to mention anytime I utilize sort of images from Pinterest and stuff, so I've kept the Patreon logo on that at the moment. I'm going to zoom in. So animated maps on Pinterest have some excellent collections of maps and visuals that I'm going to be able to utilize as I go along here. We don't steal artists' credit where possible. And other images come from are owned by their respective artists on Pinterest. So that's where they come from.
But
cool. We're not selling this. So I'm not selling this. So it's not like I'm making any money. Basically, so right before, just as we go there, this is what looks like outside the city wall at the corner. Claude, you were going to say something before we actually stepped out, I believe.
Just at some point when we take our campfire rest, I want to set aside some time to talk to Rickard in private. But we can continue on.
While when we're on the road, I would like to look for things that might help me make a potion or an elixir to resist poison on my way.
Yeah. Okay.
Now that I have that charm, I think I'd like to negate its damage as much as possible to myself.
Yep. I'll take a look at that as well for you, just in terms of DM wise. It might count as like a magical ability, in terms of being cursed, as opposed to necessarily something you can keep drinking, because if you keep using it, you'd have to keep drinking and you'd have to
I was just like thinking maybe like on the way, like alchemy wise, just picking up plants or like see if I can find it, not even like an antidote or just some type of elixir of resistance.
If your heart stops, I'll just shock you.
Yeah, I've seen how that went. It kind of works.
So everybody ready to rock and roll? Leaving Flattery.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right.
Let's do it.
As we exit through the north west corner of the building, the tower, same basic entryway that Rickard and his small battalion came through, and we come to this small crossroad. Claude, basically, as far as he's concerned, Rickard's kind of taking you to the front of the group. He's still got his arm around the shoulder. We're going this way. We're going to be so excited. He's talking about things, what the vibe has been like in the city. Anything else you will sort of talk about as you go through if you want sort of more details with that. But he's generally talking to you about stuff that you understand or aware of. So that you know instinctively to move this direction for Daggerford. From there, the party marches on along that way. So I'm going to skip forward slightly, basically to as it's starting to get dark. Okay? As it's starting to get dark, you come across multiple sort of forks in the road and different signposts, and there's, as you're moving along, you start to see some parchments up on the wall. Some of them are used for signage, some of them are used for other different purposes. Some of them look a little bit older than others. And it's starting to get a little bit dark, as we have been informed that you're eventually, because you left in the evening, you're about 2/3 of the way there, nearly 3/4 of the way there when you come across this watering hole. So this is basically your path as it's starting to get a little bit darker as we go along. Once again, more Patreon logos in there. It's been raining. different areas, some beautiful sights. It's raining. You get fireflies along different sort of areas that you come across. The road has been well trampled on, especially relatively recently because of Rickard and his group. And I don't have a nighttime version of this, so I'm going to ask you to suspend your disbelief for a second. Say that I had this version prepared. So it's nighttime. You're coming towards the watering hole, and you're starting to see some more signage and paper nailed to trees, and starting to hear just general sort of crickets and sounds of that.
Is there any interesting signage to take note of?
Sure, if you want to do a check for me.
All right.
I'm going to ask you to do with disadvantage, though, because you're being... Rickard, basically, first time he's seen you along, he's constantly talking to you. He's constantly getting your attention. He just wants his big brother's attention. He's talking to you the whole time.
All right. My investigation, perception are both +1, so 13.
It's getting dark. You don't see anything. You're especially with your sort of level of distraction. Relatively hard roll for that. Cool. Anybody else want to do anything?
Yeah, I'd like to look for herbs that I know would help me along to make this potion.
Cool. Can you do a survival check for me, please?
Survival? Oh, yeah. That'd be a 20 then.
Yeah. You're finding plenty of different herbs and weeds and things out there that have some benefits, but not necessarily like anti-poison benefits. They're more like general good health. Like berries that you can eat that aren't going to kill you, and some weeds that if you ground down in a mortar and pestle, they've got almost line salts and things out there. You're super aware. Things out there.
All right, I'm gonna.
You're picking up quite a few things there. One of the mosses that you're picking up is right beside a tree, and at the base of the tree, and there's some signage there, and there's no piece of paper that's fluttering in the wind.
I'm gonna try to grab that piece of paper, take a good look at it. Oh, hey.
This is an old sign. It's
old.
Tattered. It's tattered. It's weather worn. You can tell it's broken a bit. You've seen this on a couple of the other, the way it's been hung up and nailed up. It's been on a couple of trees at different points as we went along. If anything, Tell has actually been able to almost kind of disguise himself in the background of the group. Pretty much from the moment that this group of Alien has come along. Really, probably in a similar way to Tommy, you probably put it down to an element of like an authority. Not like any authority. But what Claude would know is that the group that he's with, he doesn't know what's happening to them, but Claude's knowledge is like Rickard and them, they're not the police. They're not law enforcement. They're mercenaries and bodyguards that work with a trading group.
Yeah.
Okay. But this is a really old. Really old. It's really quite, definitely years on that.
Well, then my initial reaction was to just like tear it up, but I think I'm gonna. Yeah, I think I'm gonna tear it up. I guess that's not gonna help, but.
Are you doing it big and obvious? Yeah. Are you doing stealthy?
No. I mean, I'm gonna try to make it look like I'm still looking for things. I mean, I'm out and about.
Sleight of hand or stealth, whichever one's higher for you.
I'm gonna do a sleight of hand.
Tell us, don't say anything if you're guilty. Got him.
That's an 8.
Yeah. Okay.
They're going fiery rolls.
As you try to tear it down on its own, you basically take a bit of old bark with it, and it's the breaking of that bark which draws some attention towards you. But once again, you've been the guy that's going to be just furiously sticking your nose in the weeds and bushes along the way. So just as bark comes straight off with it. You've got the sign, but it's there's like a piece of bark in your hand as well. It just tore off that side of the tree.
Oh, this is what I wanted. I wanted the bark, and then I'm just gonna.
That's enough to kind of make the rest of the party, the rest of the group, the other soldiers look at you, just go, like, just look at you like weirdo, you know.
So I'm gonna discard.
Okay, cool, fantastic. Right, so our nighttime watering hole. Guard racks up. He's going to basically ask his group. He hasn't carried anything this whole time other than the sword on his waist. But one of the other party members comes up and plants down a tent. It's a relatively nice looking tent, and this is very much clear. He hasn't really said made a big announcement, but was like, this is where they're going to park for the night. He's just going to go, everyone get a drink when you can, bit of fresh water, and just get yourself rested. There'll be plenty of drinks tomorrow, but for now, let's stick with the good stuff, nature zone, and go from there. So he's basically setting up, and you can tell he looks like he's helping, but he's probably helping more by telling other people to do stuff. He was actually doing it himself. Because he very much he's telling people what to do, and he's the sort of guy that makes that step towards he's going to pick something up, but he'll let somebody else pick it up, and he's sticking right beside Claude this whole time, and he's chatting away to him. At one point, one of the soldiers comes along, drops down a stool, and something you sit on, not something you give a sample of. Because I just realized speaking to an audience, particularly an American audience. So a sitting stool has been dropped. Probably took a shit.
I was gonna say very comfortable, very comfortable situation.
Yeah. Beside the water, come on. So a sitting stool has been dropped for Rickard. Claude, there's only one stool.
It's fine. Claude is kind of comfortable everywhere. He'll find a mound or a log or something to just kind of lean against or sit on the ground.
Oh God. Sorry, Claude. One second, we'll come back to you in a second. No God. This is kind of your terrain. You're used to these sorts of areas. Could you do a survival check for me, please?
I absolutely could. 11.
You're hearing rustling as you go along, but there's lots of rustles. There's a bit of a wind picking up in the area. And then which way the wind blows, you're catching certain scents on the thing, whether it's vegetation, animals, signs that animals have been here, etc. So you're getting a gauge of what's going on around you. Okay. Rian and Bodok and Tommy. Bodok, you've been doing your bed. Rian and Tommy.
I have a bedroll. I was just gonna lay it out.
Yep. Perfect. And right there, rolling out her bedroll, you can see she's getting prepped for the night. Tommy.
I don't know what kind of check to do for this, but as I've tried to chat and befriend some of the other soldiers, is there anyone that possibly has beverages other than water with them, to see if they would share with Mr. Tommy? Even though their commander said water, I want to see if I've influenced anyone that would be willing to share.
Cool. I'm going to ask you to do a persuasion check. I'm going to ask you to do it with a disadvantage because these soldiers know they're not supposed to have anything that's not.
Darn. So I got a 16. It would have been a nat 20 if
Still a good roll. So with that, you kind of get at that point when you're looking around, you very, very briefly see one guy do this, and then to his pocket, and you can see like he was shivering a while ago, but he's looks like he's feeling a little bit better now after that.
I kind of go up and I go, it seems like you have what could warm one's soul on a night like this.
Yeah, I have that type of personality.
Perhaps you'd be willing to share with a newfound friend?
So you'd be willing to share something in exchange?
I pull out the coin that I have in my pocket, the one that everyone was inspecting earlier, or that the conversation had been about earlier.
Yeah.
And I kind of do like the across my knuckle, like do back, just like.
So you're making a donation towards our welfare fund, yeah?
Towards whatever you feel is appropriate.
Watching the hands, yeah, a little hip flash, but he's definitely looking around him before he hands it to you, and he kind of just hands it to you sideways.
Can I do the sleight of hand to see if I can do the same like motion that he did of like of hiding it as
the money handshake? Yeah.
We lost
Logan. Yep.
Logan.
A 10.
Yeah. Just about get it done. It could have been a hell of a lot smoother.
So kind of I do the turn, and it was actually a little bit of a beverage that's a little stronger than I was expecting. So like I got the height of it, but I also do and do like a quick hand back to him, like a very audible cough.
Very good. Cool. Yeah. So you guys are basically back and forth there, kind of taking little drinks.
Yeah, I just did like one or two, and then I walk away. I don't know I know not to push my luck, but I have found my my weak link possibly in the group, and I go off to lay down.
Okay, cool. So Rickard's going to suggest that between the parties, one of us and one of you take watch during each shift as we go along. So there's three of my team, and there are 6 of you, with a very, very shy Tell. Like he's really super awkward and quiet, and he's like, you can tell he's over at the thing, and he is pretty much pretending to be asleep already. Like,
hey, Tell, do you think? Oh, well, he's asleep.
Out for the night.
He's like, I'm asleep. Yeah, he's super awkward. It's really not his best acting. Joe's like, I'm asleep. Every so often, you just hear him say things like, I'm dreaming. It's a nightmare. Terrible. He's like, and so he is not volunteering to take watch in any way, shape, or form. So, as it turns out, it's Tommy's drinking buddy is the one taking the first shift.
Tommy will take first shift.
Okay, cool. Claude, while that's sort of being agreed, do you want to take an opportunity to talk to Rickard?
Yeah. I wanted to explain to Rickard the vision quest we had. Basically we met with one of the we met with Danu. It was Danu, right? The representative of Earth.
Yep.
He explained to us.
Recognizes the name. He recognized the name. It's the same stories that your mother told you guys. So he's aware of these gods as well, Cassera and Danu and Aid and stuff.
And yep. he explained to us that there's an imbalance in the elements, and that's what resulted in Cassera's attack. But what I wanted to talk about was a vision quest he sent us on. And do you remember anything about our mother?
When he takes a mobile, and he's scratching his eye, and he's looking up at the rain and the fireflies and stuff, and he's like, the pollen count, it's really high. And no, I was not even sure if my memories are real. I was young and
Too young.
it's but I still remember her face.
He
To this day.
So Danu sent us all on our own vision quests, and in mine I saw a woman in chains in the desert, and there were 7 suns in the sky, and I couldn't see the woman, but something told me that was Mother, and it makes me think that maybe she's still out there somewhere.
I think the 7 suns have mom.
It's too clear of a symbol to be a coincidence, and I know you've never been a religious one, but a vision like this isn't something you just ignore. There was Helm's shield was also in the sky and was destroyed, and it's shaken my faith somewhat. I need to speak to Cornelius when we get to Daggerford.
Yeah.
And find out what these could mean. But
well, if anything now, Dad's position will give us even easier access to Cornelius. So you're right. Like, to be honest, I'd get up and go now, but my party, they're tired, and I do think we actually need to take a bit of rest. But if you want, we could just keep going.
No. Let them rest. We've all been through a lot, but something doesn't sit right with me. We may need to ask.
Do you think this dream felt real?
It was almost as real as being awake. But I'm not one to interpret visions. It's just what I saw in front of me.
Could you imagine if she's... I don't even want to get my hopes up.
I just need answers at this point. It's
not the
she's
only
been
one.
Gone our whole life. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know. No, just wanted to share it with you. Find out if you had any information.
Again, okay. Yeah, well, she's out there. It's like, wow. Okay.
Yeah. We never really found out what happened to her. Her body never turned up. There was no note. There was nothing.
He's like excited now, like the prospect that Mother's still out there. He's like, oh,
don't get your hopes up. But
it's a similar energy that they had when he had that sort of crisis, sort of panic. It's that same sort of. It's like he's like, should we just go? You sure we shouldn't just go right now?
Rest yourself. I promise I'll get us answers. And he puts his arm on Rickard's shoulder to kind of calm him, comfort him.
That has a very obvious, very evident change for him.
Anyways, I thought you should know, but
get me one of those vision quests, maybe I could. Wow.
We can find these elemental gods, and maybe they'll share with you too.
He's just got this smile, and you can just see his eyes are basically going wild. Like he's basically playing something out in his head. It's like,
wow. Claude kind of just sits back to think to himself and doesn't really have much else to say.
Rogan or Rain? Rain is basically getting her bag out. Logan, there's lots of high places in trees that you could look
You
at
know
if
that's
you
my
wanted to.
favorite.
Yeah, lots of pretty sturdy branches up there for some sky snoozing.
You know what? I'm
if you
gonna
want
I'm gonna
to.
take you up on. I like that suggestion.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
So,
sky snooze.
yeah, sky snoozes. If anything, you feel and literally are closer to the stars than everybody else here.
Yeah, this is my territory right here. So where I feel most comfortable.
Yeah, I'm also like, now that I've put my bedroll out, just casting little minor illusions of squirrels and rabbits for Tobin to chase to kind of
Aw.
tire him out for the night.
That's adorable.
Aw.
Oh,
Love it. Every so often he's doing that dashing thing like a cat going after a laser, and he's chasing. And every time he jumps it, but you can see he's never annoyed because he's starting to realize now every time he pounces on these things, they disappear and it becomes part of the action. So he's not even getting frustrated. At least once he barks really loud, and it echoes through everything. Elle once again trying to pretend to be sleeping. Oh, Tobin, I'm going to sleep. So so very good. So and Tobin, basically, you can see like every so often he's like a haphazard pounce at the thing, and he does one little sort of roar at another squirrel as if he like wants to go away, and then you can see him start to settle. And he does that walking around and he's sniffing and kind of goes around in a circle a couple of times and just right at the bottom of your bedroll.
Good boy.
To the point now that you can't actually sleep the full way in your bedroll because he's on where your toes would be. So it's up to you whether you want to move him or not. But he's sleeping at the bottom of your bedroll where your feet would be.
I just stick my feet in up to my waist and let him have the rest.
Very good.
Is my
Very good.
cloak with me in the tree?
Yes, your cloak has taken position on. It's beside you, but it's actually floating in the air.
Good.
As if it's on a branch. It's lying down. It's in the exact same pose as you, but there's no actual branch underneath it.
All right.
Yep. Okay. Cool. Tommy, first watch. Perception check, please. It's disadvantage because you and your buddy have kept drinking.
That is what we get, huh?
Oh no.
trust old Tommy out there.
Tommy missed out on his drink in the town, so
A 6.
Could have
been worse.
everything you're starting to look at looks like there's double. There's double the trees, double the cloaks. For a second, you almost freak out because you're like, Logan's about to fall out of the tree. Oh no, it's just the cloak. I thought he only had one cloak. And Tobin looks massive on the bed thing, and it looks like Rian's like really, really cramped up because obviously as the night has passed, Tobin has gone from being in that little full stop shape to the full spread out. So he's taken up more and more of the bedspread, and more of Rian's just getting tied up, caught up in like a fetal position. So she's gradually getting less and less of the sleeping bag. And Tobin's getting more and more of the sleeping bag. And you don't notice anything as your basically your shift comes to an end. Your buddy stumbles over to one of his friends and kicks him. Yeah, your turn. And rubs his eyes and goes over. You delicately, or not delicately, waking up for their shift.
So it is kind of somewhat drunk. Rianne's the closest to him, and he starts to walk towards her, and then he does that like, I probably shouldn't with her, and like turns and like goes over to Bo and wakes Bo up.
Yeah. Okay. How do you wake Bo up?
Yeah, I like for some reason in my head I think it'd be the most quiet thing to do is I get down on all fours and like lean in close. Bo, it's your turn. But with a little bit of slush in my words. It's your turn, Bo.
What? Huh? What?
And because I'm already down there, I just go ahead and slump into a sleep position, almost I'm taking his spot as I wake him. It's your turn.
Yeah.
It's your turn to go watch.
You actually, when you actually fall asleep, you fell asleep on top of him.
Oh,
so
come on.
Bo's going to have to do a strength check to move Tommy, because there's no way you coordinate that. Bo hadn't got up yet before you'd started to slump. You were already leaning over on top of him, and you've just slipped right into a sleep right on top of him.
I'm still just basically asleep. I'm gonna cast Mage Hand right to give me a hand with this. Because I don't have leverage on this boy.
Cool. I think Mage Hand can only hold is it 10 pounds? 5 or 10 pounds?
Yeah, it is 10 pounds.
Cool. So it's not going to be able to lift Tommy.
Yeah,
it's not really much of a help to you. Well, it'll be a bit of a.
All
let's go.
I'm going to cast Mage Hand and I'm going to slap him with it.
There you go. Okay, cool. So this thing, Mage Hand. What does your Mage Hand look like?
It is gonna look. It is a dark, a deep green, just a three-fingered hand, almost like Yoda's hand. We'll just use that.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, okay. And it just quietly just makes its way towards Tommy's face, and then just goes.
And I instinctively roll away from it, but don't make any action to see what it was. I just roll the opposite direction off of.
While he's moving, free. I'm gonna try to take that opportunity to get out from under him.
Fantastic. Yeah, he's rolled off. Yeah, it was enough of a slap, and he went, and he rolled and basically fell off you. He's got his head on the thing, and he's starting to snuggle in because it actually did land on a little bit of moss, but it's definitely wet, mucky moss because it's very near the pond. I'm gonna
try to be a good guy and roll him onto my bed. Roll.
Okay. Strength check.
All right. I'll do that now. Oh wait. Hi, Lloyd.
Is Bo's not actually that big? Is that correct?
No, he's not. He's a small boy. Well, I wouldn't say small.
And Tommy's
6 foot.
Oh, are you? I did not see. This is.
Yeah.
I need to get a breakdown of the profiles.
I'm 6 foot 200 pounds.
Well,
awesome pirates.
Straight 18.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it was a good push because he's basically kind of limp body wise. It's a bit difficult because it is a little bit dead weight, but it's enough. With a couple of attempts, it's he's kind of half on, half off your bed. So,
is he face up or face down?
He's lying on his side, flat on his side.
All right. I pat his butt and then go take watch.
Okay.
I'm gonna climb up on that boulder.
Okay. Oh. Right. Fantastic. The other guard has basically taken up the seat where they were at the bottom here. Yeah. And I've kind of got you here or over here. What do you think?
Top portion. Yeah, up there.
You're up there. It's a wee bit higher, and it is very, very close to Claude and Ricard in their tent.
Okay.
Yeah,
are they still awake talking?
Claude.
No, Claude's kind of contemplative. He hasn't been able to sleep much. Pretty much every noise has got him up, so he's not even laying down. He's in an upright position, leaning against a log or a boulder, just watching things go.
Great, fantastic. Perception check, please, as your shift begins.
Perception. That would be a 14.
You're hearing rustles and tree branches, and so often you notice that whenever Logon successfully turns over on his branch, you notice that the cloak also turns over. the exact same way. It's pretty much just completely mirroring what does before. If anything, though, you're not quite sure if it's dark night. The cloak looks a little bit closer to Logon than it did before.
Nice.
A little bit closer. It doesn't seem to be as much of a distance between them.
I'm not crying. I'm not.
Yeah. Cool. And
Can I go investigate those rustles?
yeah, of course. So the rustle's basically coming from here. These bushes are also rustling. Basically, all of these are rustling. The wind's blowing. There's rustling coming from everywhere. Do you want this bush, or this tree line?
Well,
Logan's about here.
Yeah, Logan's up there. So I'm gonna you know what? I'm gonna go check the tree line. Grab a torch, and go check it out.
As you're going along, you're noticing your survival check and things from right on. You're noticing some other vegetation that you can pick up on that have other medicinal benefits as it goes along. Some help you to relax if they were put into a pipe. Some make you really, really happy. Some make you quite active and ready to go.
Anything for sleep?
Is there anything for sleep? You do another survival check because you're looking for something in particular.
I mean, I wasn't really looking for this stuff, but I guess. Survival, that is a 23. I got a 19 plus 4.
Yeah. Probably the closest things would be those herbs that help you relax.
Relax. All right, I'm going to take those.
Yeah, cool. Fantastic.
Is there any danger? Because that's really what I was investigating.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because when you leaned over to pick that up, some of the branches tweaked for you.
Yeah.
And kitty cat.
It's got the mouse.
The mouse and it just looks at you.
And a baby displacer.
What?
Nothing.
What?
Sorry.
A what, Claude?
Oh, displacer.
Oh.
A baby displacer. Oh, yes.
Sorry, not in character. Not in character.
Honestly, that didn't. Yeah, now I recognize that so much better now.
The thing is, do you recognize it? Because I believe it was Rian and Tommy who were with Tobin when they saw this particular.
And then wasn't it outside the bar whenever it was then trapped between it and the guillotine? The guillotine was going towards it.
It was going towards it, but you were at the far end of.
Away. I don't.
You were at the far end of the.
Thing.
What you do remember that there was a point when Tobin ran away. So you heard something, and then Tobin went after.
Yeah, I wasn't with them. I was going towards Trinky Dinks.
Yes. So, little unique kitty cat.
Let me do a nature check to see if I recognize.
Yeah.
Know what this is. That is one critical failure. That is just a kitty cat. It's adorable.
Yeah, it is adorable. And it's got a mouse for you, and you're like, maybe it's bringing me the mouse. You know, this is all the body language you're reading off it. Do you want to try to pet it? It's a cute kitty cat.
It is a cute kitty cat.
To give you a mouse, as far as you're concerned. This is all of the stuff you perceived from your check.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not. What would Bo do? I do need to think about what Bo would do.
Exactly. It is okay to say no because you've wilderness experience and maybe you know.
Yeah. No, I don't think Bo's gonna. This doesn't. Yeah. This is a wild animal. I don't.
Yeah.
Bo's not gonna. I'm gonna try to shoo it away.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Animal handling. Shoo it away.
Can I do an intimidation?
Of course you can.
Or would that be too? No.
I'm fine with you doing it.
I'm going to intimidate this cat.
Yeah.
I got an 11.
You intimidate?
What's that? How do I intimidate it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna Oh, I got my torch. I'm gonna kind of like shoot away with my torch, like wave my torch towards it. Hope, yeah. Like, come on, go and get.
It drops its mouse, and it does a big like scurry off into the way. Really loud, a big squeal. Tobin instantly wakes up from his thing and starts barking. Bark, 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 incessant.
God.
Runs off the sleeping bag, runs straight towards you.
Yeah. Can I do an animal handling check? I'm gonna try.
Yeah, because he is about to start running through that bush.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to grab him. Animal handling. That's 14. Like try to get his attention, at least calm him down. Prevent him from breaking free from the cage.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you guys' pupper is just
getting
moving,
restless.
is moving the whole foundation.
Oh, I know. Yes. No blanket. No. Yeah.
I'm gonna try to. I hear Tobin, like, well, obviously everybody hears Tobin right now, dead of night. I'm gonna turn around, like while he's running, like coming to me. I'm gonna try to pull the coin out and like get his attention. Like, hey, Tobin, calm. Hey.
Yeah, brilliant. That works instantly. It catches his nose, distracts him enough to break him out of that cycle. So very good. So Tobin has stopped, but he's definitely looking towards the bush every so often, and every rustle, head goes up in the ears, big ears, point right towards it like satellite dishes, right to everything. But he's with you at the moment. But everybody else is awake. Everybody's awake.
Claude's got his sword out,
except for Tommy. Tommy and his buddy still out cool.
Well, all right, then I'm gonna be everyone. It's all right. It was just a cat for just. No, we're not in danger. It's all right.
Yeah.
I tried to shoot away, but it wasn't having it.
That moment, you hear a.
Okay.
Then you hear a. Chorus. Couple of these sides. Yeah, a chorus of them.
Claude also picks up his shield.
Okay.
I'm gonna slap Tommy with my mage hand again.
Ah!
Yoda hand.
Yeah.
How long does that last?
Sleeping.
I think it's like.
Oh, it's only a minute, so never mind.
Yeah, I'm okay. You went over, did the thing. It was relatively quick. That's absolutely fine. Because you hear this, but you don't see anything.
Oh no, I don't. Oh wait.
Yeah.
Instead of that, can I cast? Instead of slapping Tommy, I'm gonna cast Fairy Fire.
Where are you casting Fairy Fire?
In the 60 feet surrounding myself.
60 feet surrounding yourself. Very good. Very good. I wasn't sure if that was directional or not. 60 feet, big old distance. Okay, cool.
30 feet in each direction.
Yes, which is totally fine.
Radius.
It's quite a thin lane. And you were about here?
Yes.
I think, yeah, because we had Logan here, so you kind of went up the middle here. A little bit of light clumped up here. A little light clumped up here. A little bit of light clumped up here. And you can see this light is behind Claude, but just approaching really slowly.
Quietly, I'm going to motion to Claude. Claude, like, hand movement to turn around.
Claude spins around, shield first.
Right at that moment, shield comes down. Roll for initiative.
Yeah.
Because in that moment, those slow rustles start to speed up because something has turned around and is looking right at it.
Was Tommy still asleep, right? He didn't get slapped.
Still asleep because you didn't actually
slap you.
Yeah,
so I got no initiative.
I did something better for everybody, not you.
That's a 10 for Claude.
Yep. 10 for Claude. Okay.
10 for me as well. Boduk.
I have a 2.
Am I rolling for initiative as well?
You are indeed,
Alrighty.
Logan.
It's laggy. Why is it so laggy?
Laggy.
That dice roll took so long. Wait. Okay, it says 23. Okay.
Nice.
I
Fantastic.
need to refresh
Vigilant.
this page.
Don't elves meditate?
Yeah,
They
I
don't
was
sleep,
I actually
right?
mentioned I was going to mention that. Yeah, I
Please
don't
do
need
remember.
to
Yeah,
sleep.
absolutely. Yeah. Fantastic.
That,
Perfect reason then why that's a 23. Absolutely perfect reason.
and I
You might
already
actually-
have dark vision. That cloak gives me dark vision up to 60 feet, but I already had that. So
Yes.
Yeah. It has dark vision.
Dark vision is like looking into an area, but it's like there's no colors. It's like being able to see it black and white. It's not like a perfect like night vision. It's not like you see it as day, yeah, but almost like a very high, like a relatively high definition grayscale. If that makes sense.
yeah,
Yeah.
but does this mean like now I have eyes on my back as well? So I have like double dark vision.
It's like he has eyes everywhere.
So what you do have is, because it's looking backwards and it has eyes on it and it doesn't want to get hit, it'll be those like Doctor Strange moments, where it's kind of like, you get, it's going to help you with the AC if things are going to make you harder to hit.
Excellent.
So I think it goes up to AC, but almost in a, not like a shield defending you, in a you're harder to hit way. Okay. Tommy, what sort of dreams are you having?
None. I got to a good drunk point where I don't have anything. It's just a
You don't have
pure
any dreams,
bliss
yeah.
of sleep.
Pure
Just,
oblivion.
Perfect.
drool
Okay,
kind of
fantastic.
going down.
First beast is the one that's charging right towards Claude, and it just leaps out of the bush, and does a 16.
It misses.
This is
AC 18.
but bounces off the shield. It's slashing away at the shield. Attacks are basically a mixture of like either a claw or a bite, or what you notice, what looked like a very large panther jumping towards you, is a large, scary beast. And even as the initial claw and the bite went against the shield, all you can now see in the dark is that these extra limbs, these tentacles, just rise up from behind it, and they're basically shooting out, banging against the shield. But that was its sort of its movement at that point, and you can see it's almost kind of taking like a slight step back. It's not out of your reach or anything, but it's like it's gauging, it's prowling around you. It's within that moment. When you're looking at it, though, it's actually very hard to grasp exactly where it is, because even though this thing was hitting you, it weirdly looks like a really fast blur, to the point almost you're wondering, did I have a drink of something? Because it looks almost like you've got double vision. You're not actually sure which one of these things is hitting you as it's doing all this movement. It's like a really, really fast blur back and forth, almost to the point that you can, sometimes it feels like you're seeing two of them at the same time. Yeah. Okay. Just so you know, with the map as well, let me get that up here. So it's here. So we've got different images, which is fine. Logan, you're up in this tree here. You're up. So this one went first. It was already attacking, so it's why it went first, and now it's the initiative order. Okay. You can see one charging this way. You don't think it sees you, but it's charging towards you this way. And you can tell that there is some movement here in this direction, as well as you've heard the clang of Claude's shield over the far end. What do you want to do?
One of my traits. Hold on, where was that? Class features.
Yes, master of cloaks. I get that. Yeah, of course.
No, what I want to do is just hide, because I know that I can hide even when lightly obscured. I don't want to be seen right now, so I'm just gonna let things pass.
Okay. Do you know if hide for you? It's not bonus action or anything. Is that your action? Yeah.
I'm trying to find a racial trait. It's Mask of the Wild. You can attempt to hide even when you are lightly obscured.
So that sounds like it's an action. Like a lot of times when hiding, like for a rogue, for example, hide can be a bonus action. You're not a rogue in that sense. So you're taking the action to hide in the tree. Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. Cool. That's fine.
Do I need to roll for stealth or anything?
Yes. Roll for stealth, please. With advantage, because you are high up, and it is your sort of key area.
11.
With advantage, yeah.
With advantage, yeah.
Yeah. So with that, basically, you don't notice that this panther-like creature is still running in your direction, but it's not looking at you. If that makes sense. If you were to guess, it looks like it's just going to run underneath the tree. It's going to run past you.
Good.
Okay, that's what you perceive at the moment. That's Logan. That's your turn. You have any sort of other bonus actions, or do you want to say anything? Obviously, that wouldn't help with your stealth. But is there anything else you want to do at the moment?
I want to call the cloak over towards me to get it hidden as well.
Okay. It doesn't move. It remains distance. When you're looking at it, it looks a little bit closer, but it sounds like a relationship. It's just not there yet.
Come here, buddy. Come on.
It's just not there yet.
It has a bonus action too.
It has a bonus action too?
I mean, it has a bonus action. If you look at its description.
You can use to alter cut, color, and stuff. I don't know why I need to change it.
You can camouflage him.
You're right. I could turn it black. Oh my gosh. You're right. Okay, yeah. I want to turn the cloak black. Thank you.
Cool. So so perfect. This bright blue, shiny, sort of midnight blue cloak. It doesn't come towards you, but it does recognize that you want it to be hidden, so it goes dark. It's like pitch black. The blackest black you've ever seen. You know, it is. Yes, it's very, very. It's like you can barely see it yourself.
It's
in the nice
black.
Yeah,
you're so smart, Jake.
I got you, buddy. 30 hours of Baldur's Gate got me.
Baldur's Gate, yeah. Okay, fantastic. So with that order, Claude. It had got the jump on you, but it also rolled high, so it's actually its turn again. It rolls for 21 this time.
Son of a bitch. All right.
Yeah. It rolls for 21 on one of them. It rolls for 13 on another. Yeah.
Okay.
So
all right, the 21 hits.
Yeah, the 21 hits. So the first one is you saw these tentacles rising up behind it, and it just comes over the top and slashes down on top of you. Right? So it's going to be 5 points of damage. But the other one is the claw coming in, and it just scrapes against your shield. Okay. So it takes that, and it's still just kind of prime. It's like really, just it's kind of just saying that you can feel it. You see it kind of shifting side to side, not moving out of your way, but it's still just it's sprung its attack. It's getting this thing that's in front of it. Okay. That was that one. The next, so that's its turn. The next one is the one that runs towards Logan, and Logan is basically holding his breath at the moment. Did I actually hide successfully? And it's running towards the base of the tree, and it skirts around the bottom of the tree and is running towards Tommy on the bed, on the bedscape. So it's running right towards Tommy, and it's about to pounce towards
Where's Tommy?
I've got Tommy about here, near the edge of the water. Yeah, so it's going straight for him. It's the closest one for him. Yeah. Does your shield spell, is there a distance on it? Because you haven't used a reaction or anything.
Let's see. So for my reaction, yeah, so it's 5 feet, and with my charm, I could make it 10 feet, but that looked like more than 10 feet. Unless you tell me otherwise.
No, it's definitely more than 10 feet.
Shit.
Yeah. So, as in, you could have, like, you can cast it 10 feet away from you with the charm? Is that what you mean?
With the charm, I could protect with no
Something that's 10
reaction.
feet. Get
Yeah.
you. Okay. No, sorry, unfortunately, it's too far away. So, you haven't used your reaction because you know it won't reach that far.
Mhm.
Okay. Because Tommy is prone, it's going to roll with advantage.
Hopefully this wakes you up.
Yeah.
If it doesn't kill me
So that
first.
is fine. Yeah. So that is 19 and a 21.
Those both hit.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
And it pounces on, and it's like it's one claw goes into your leg, and another, and the mouth of it goes onto your arm. Yeah. So it's 11 points of damage.
Ah!
Crunch. Right. You are awake. You can now may roll initiative. To get into this, because there's no way you're sleeping through that.
11.
11. Okay, fantastic.
And I took 11 damage, you said?
11 damage, yeah. As it turns out, then it's your turn. You're in it. You rolled initiative. You got 11. It was your turn now, anyway.
Hey, Tommy, wake up!
Oh, I woke up with a lot of sailor explicitives come out. Like, what the fuck? And there's like this huge animal that just bit and grabbed onto me. I probably, because I had the closest thing to me, I'm going to have my rapier.
Yep.
Rapier,
yeah.
And I'm just gonna try and like stab up through the beach, just like with my.
Yep.
If it bit my one arm, I'm gonna use my other hand to try to stab it.
Cool. Roll.
I can just do it on here. A 9.
Yep. You're swinging wildly at it, but you try to swing it with the arm that's also been bit as well. So you're kind of slashing out in there, but you're not actually making any contact with it, right?
Die, you son of a get this thing off me!
Yeah. But at that point, basically, two of the other guards, your drinking buddy and the other guard that had walked over to that side of the thing, it's both their turn now, and they're charging over towards to try to help you. And they both hit, which is fast. So basically, they had like almost kind of short spears, and both go into the beast. And they both hit it for, actually got really good hits on it as well. So that's a good 15 points of damage that they did on that particular beast there, and it's got enough for its mouth to now retract from your arm as it, away from that. So, and it's off you. It took a bite, and now it's turned its back to you because now it's got these two attackers looking at it right there, with that damage. Okay, cool. Claude, you're up.
All right. Claude is going to channel divinity as a bonus action, cast Vow of Enmity. You choose a creature you can see within 10 feet and gain advantage on attack rolls against it for 1 minute or until it drops to 0 or falls unconscious.
Okay, fantastic.
Can I ask, did Fairy Fire affect all three of these?
That's a good point.
Oh, yeah, you're going to have to remind me of that.
Well, that's what I'm asking now.
So, good reminder, because that leads into, so Fairy Fire is advantage, is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, they did have to survive or save on a dexterity roll if you wanted to affect them.
I will do that. What does that have to beat?
So
your spell
DC,
save DC.
14.
Okay, the one in front of Claude failed.
Okay.
The one that run under Logon also failed, and the other one that's in the bush charging towards as well, it also failed. And with that, what? Anyway,
sorry, that was my perception check.
Yes, your perception check, and sensitive microphones. So with that, yeah. So Claude, this is in front of you. Okay.
So
because of the fairy fire, it's very, very blinking, shimmery look to it. It helps to actually solidify it a little bit. It makes it a little bit easier to focus on which is the actual true displacer in that, because otherwise you would have had disadvantage on attacking it. But
I went from disadvantage to standard.
So you went from disadvantage. No, you went from disadvantage to standard because of very fire, and then you went from standard to advantage because of yours. So
Okay.
without fairy fire, you would have just been standard.
Okay.
So
So I will
good
keep my bow
reminder.
of immunity. Yeah.
Yes.
We didn't. I think I know the answer to this, but we didn't rest long enough for a long rest, did we? No spell slots restored.
Yeah, you did.
We
it happened
did?
a while. Yeah, you did because Tommy's
Hell yeah.
session actually lasted a lot longer than he thought.
My life. I'm so excited.
His shift actually went on longer.
That makes more sense than I
was
got
supposed
that
to.
I got drunk because I was like, wait, how long was my
Yeah.
shift?
Yeah.
Makes more sense now.
I'm so excited now.
Okay. So in that case, I'll just. So I did my bonus. I'm going to take my action and attack the displacer beast in front of me. Sorry, attack the creature in front of me. And I'm going to add Divine Smite. Can I do that? So can I roll the attack, and once it's confirmed, then I call Divine Smite for damage?
That's actually the really cool thing about Divine Smite. You can actually wait to see if you hit and then add it onto it. It's not actually something you have to take a chance on and then potentially miss.
Perfect.
Super powerful effect in that way. You don't have to take a risk on missing it.
Okay.
However, is Divine Smite, is that a bonus action? I'm just sort of wondering if you're doing your affinity thing or amenity
Too many
thing.
actions.
Yeah.
No, it's just an other. It's a special. It has special in parentheses. I think it's just a modifier, and it uses a
Right.
spell slot, which is why I asked.
Okay, cool. That's fine. I'll allow that then. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just in case it explicitly said it was a bonus action and the fact you'd already done something.
No, it's in its own
yeah.
category.
Okay, cool. That's fine.
Okay, so I rolled longsword. So 15 plus 4, 19.
Hit
Okay.
with some Divine Smite.
Yeah.
And what are you aiming for on the body? So, like, as you can see there's 6 legs, there's 2 tentacles, large muscular torso, obviously its head as well.
I'll see. Claude will try and cleave off the tentacles. One or both, if he can.
Yep. Okay.
With a horizontal sweep. So let's see. I'm gonna grab my D8. So that's a 1d8 plus 2 for the first. So that's 4 points of damage, plus Divine Smite is 2d8. So 4 plus 7, 11 points of damage.
Altogether, or
altogether. 4 from the
Altogether.
strike, another
Yeah.
7 from the Divine Smite.
Okay. It does damage the tentacle, it doesn't cut it off.
Okay.
So it's still there, but it is a good swing of that damage in there. So you can just hear it kind of rail back, with that. It's still in front of you at the moment. Okay. Bo, you're up.
All right.
So you have, as far as you know, there is here.
Yep, that's the one fighting Claude.
One fighting Claude, yeah. The one that jumped to Tommy.
Yes.
This one approaching.
Okay. Those are the 3 that I know. What do I want to do? That is a good question. I'm going to go back. I'm going to move towards Claude. Actually, I'm going to move. Yeah, I'm going to move to Claude, and cast. Can I see that? Well, I guess since I have Fairy Fire, is that technically that I can see it?
Yes. So you almost see it like an outline. So even though there's a lot of bushes and trees and stuff in the way, you almost see it like a kind of like it's like Warzone and stuff. Where you almost kind of see like a red outline. Or you can kind of see 3 walls, that sort of stuff. That's what you see. So you can see the outline of this.
Cast Bane on the 3 that I can see.
Very
They
good.
have to serve. They have to make a charisma saving throw.
So the one in front of Claude fails.
Okay. Bane.
The one that ran underneath Logon that attacked Tommy also failed.
Okay.
The one that you were looking at passed.
Okay.
So,
So those 2 have Bane.
yeah, yep.
So now they have. What do they have now? Target must. What does it do? Whenever the target fails, makes an attack roll or saving throw before the spell ends. The target. Anyway, so they're Banes. That was my action.
Sorry, can you? I wasn't able to decipher.
Oh,
when
I'm
I
just.
had it. Yeah, when you said like
kinda
attack throw and
rambling.
save and throw, and then you kind of went.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I was just thinking of what I did. So that was my action. Then I moved towards Claude, but I'm gonna keep my eyes I'm gonna face towards the one that's coming out of the bushes to kind of like prevent him from flanking Claude.
Yeah. Okay. Very good.
And then for my bonus action,
Mhm.
where is it? What is my bonus action gonna be? I'm gonna. I think my spell. Yes. So I'm gonna cast Healing Word towards Tommy.
Very good.
Since he took a nice hit. So that is me rolling. What is it? I re-roll a d4 plus my spellcasting modifier. So d4, where'd my d4 go? That would be 7 points of health for you, Tommy.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm still kind of like on my back in shock of what just happened, but I can feel the.
Very good. Okay, cool. Bo, is that your turn?
That's my turn.
I'm gonna ask you to remind me of the effects of being.
That's what I was trying to figure out, but I didn't want to like hold it up. All it says whenever a target fails this saving throw makes an attack roll or saving throw before the spell ends, the target must roll a d4 and so subtract d4 from the roll from its attack fantastic. Or saving throw. So yes. It has a d4
negative modifier. Okay.
Got it.
Very good. Very good. Okay, cool. The next one after, is that your turn?
That's it.
Bo? Yeah.
Got it.
Right after that, it was the beast that you're looking at. It's their turn now. Okay. Because you made movement towards it, you caught its attention.
Okay.
It was running at Claude. It sees you moving, so it's now veered and it's running at you.
That's what I hope to prevent.
Yep. Okay. Fantastic. 23 to hit.
Yeah, that's a good hit.
Yeah, and it's one of the. So yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to use my reaction to give protection, which makes it take disadvantage on the attack roll.
Disadvantage on the attack roll. Very good.
I assume he moved within 10 feet of me.
Yeah, I was trying to get like
random. Yeah,
two.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
And with that, he only got a 6 then on the second roll. So excellent reaction in that case.
Does not
so
hit.
It pounced through the air, but because of the last second change in direction is what offset it. So what would have been probably a perfect pounce for you is like when you're trying to decide, do I pass it to player A or player B, and you end up just missing both of them. That's what happened with this thing. It was going to go for you at the last second, decided to go for Bo, and missed with a massive swipe at that there, and it's now sitting in front of Bo, and it's just prowling at it. So it's just, and you can see it's like biting away, and the tentacles, kind of shifting above it, trying to be as elusive as possible with that. Rian, it's your go now. Basically, I have you here at the front of the pond. So you have Bo, Displacer Beast, Claude, Displacer Beast. You've got Tommy near you, Displacer Beast, 2 guards. over here beside this bush, and Logan and his cloak are over here. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna turn towards the one that's on Tommy.
Yep.
And use my quarterstaff because with the boulder charm, it has bludgeoning now, so I can roll anything with advantage on a melee attack.
What's
Yeah,
that?
so I'm gonna swing that at it.
So that gives you advantage on all melee attacks. Is that correct?
Yes.
Wow.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
I don't know.
Where is it? I'm gonna look it up.
But I'm happy enough for this attack to keep things rolling. So you've got advantage. So roll with advantage against the beast that is in between Tommy and these guards. Okay? You would have had advantage anyway because they're flanking the beast on either side. But then that advantage was taken away because it's a displacer beast. And then you got it back. Okay, cool. Yes. advantage Maz. So
Yes.
it had it taken away, and then you've got it back. So good with the boulder. Okay,
So-
cool.
I got 22 to hit,
Yep, perfect hit.
and then with the bludgeoning is 11. It says, how is that possible?
11 seems high for
Yeah,
you.
it did something weird. It says 7.
Fantastic. Cool. 7 points of damage on that beast there. Okay. Any other movement, any other actions, any bonus actions? Does that bow count as a bonus action, or does that just happen? Bo, maybe you can tell me that because you're actually looking at the text.
What? I'm sorry. What was it? You talking about
Boulder.
boulder charm?
Yeah, the boulder charm, is that a bonus action or just happens?
It
What's
looks like
that?
It just happens. It says when using the attached weapon, the bearer has advantage on melee attacks and maneuvers that would knock their target prone.
Okay, right. Okay, cool. And thank you. Okay.
So I guess I'll use my second level magic missile, so I'll have 4 missiles.
Yeah, is that 2 actions?
Is the
So
magic
the-
missile 2 action?
I think magic missile is an action.
So
Which
you
one?
already attacked.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So if you click it, the spell, it brings it up and it says like casting time, and it'll tell you what
Yeah,
it is.
one
Like my
action.
healing. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
you-
your quarterstaff was your action. So you get 1 action, 1 bonus action.
Right.
Anything that's
It's
a
been a
bonus
long
action.
time.
You can do. No, it's fine. A lot of stuff gets thrown at you guys, so at the end of the day, you're doing really, really well. So new spells and stuff being introduced.
I don't think I can.
I'm not sure what actually bonus
Can I
actions you
move
do.
in front of Tommy while he's recovering? Just kind of take a defensive stance in front of him.
Yep, of course you can use your movement and you can put yourself between Tommy and the displacer beast.
Cool.
Okay.
I sort of feel bad for that little cat. He's surrounded
Yeah.
by everybody.
Okay.
It's not
In that moment, then what was 3 displacer beasts is we actually discovered to be a 4th displacer beast because in this small bush right at the side, you had your 2 guards that were posed in between Rain and Tommy, and just from the bush comes this one tentacle that wraps around the throat of the drinking buddy of Tommy's and just snap. That gone on
Bro.
that.
One shot
Gone.
him?
Yeah.
What?
And now it just pops out there, and this other guard is petrified. It's actually trying to back up. It's like stay back. So it's no longer flanking the displacer beast, but drinking buddy's dead.
Drinking buddy's dead.
Drinking buddy's dead. And the other one is petrified. Back off. And that's its turn then as it just aggressively crawls out from the bush and the tentacles rise up as it's staring at the other guard. Yeah. Logan, you're up.
Is the one that was attacking Tommy still there?
Yes. So if you're looking at the screen, I'm going to zoom in here because you've got a good idea of what the displacer beasts look like now. We have this guard has his back to you. This displacer beast coming out of this bush is stepping over the body of the one that just neck snapped. Let's see where this green bush is where the displacer beast is. You've got Rain, Tommy. You have Bo, displacer beast, Claude, displacer beast.
Okay. All right, so that one that ran past me, that's what I'm focused on.
Yes, which is the one that attacked Tommy and them. So it's
yeah. Hopefully it has its back turned to me.
It does, because it's staring down Rain.
Yep. So my plan now is that I want to, for my bonus action, cast Hunter's Mark on that beast, which allows me to roll an extra d6 of damage.
Excellent.
And then I want to shoot at it with my longbow.
Cool. Go for it. Because you're hidden, if you strike, it will be an automatic crit.
Okay.
You will no longer be hidden.
And does he have advantage because he's sneaky?
I mean,
And
I
the
got a
fair fire?
24, 17 plus 7
Never mind.
for my
Yes.
hit DC.
Yes. I was making sure it is one of the ones that failed Fairy Fire, so you would have had all the advantages there. So yeah, so you got 17. Roll the advantage anyway, because the reason you do advantage, even though you got a good score, is in case you get a nat 20 on the second roll.
No, first roll was better.
Okay, fantastic. So this arrow comes flying out of the sky. It perfectly misses the black cloak that's in front of you and goes straight into the side, almost under its armpit, right in there. And it's a massive squeal that comes out of this thing, and takes a really, really big hit. Distracts it enough. It's looking at Rain. What damage do you hit it for, as well as your Hunter's Mark?
We'll roll for that now. So initial damage is a 5 plus an additional d6. 4, so 9 total.
9 damage. Okay, good hit on that. It's taking a lot of hit. It's taking a lot of damage in different places, so it's definitely got a stagger to it. It's a little bit wobbly on its feet. Okay, which is that. Do you want any movement, Logan? Do you want to move out of your tree? Are you going to stay there?
I'm going to stay up on my tree.
Stay up in your tree, but you're no longer hidden. Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Oh, by the way, did you get your? Because you did hit. Did you get your crit damage? So what's your maximum that you can do with your bow? Say you got 7 and whatever in your Hunter's Mark.
So the maximum I can get with my bow is 11.
Cool. Because you actually got that as well. Because you got your 11 and then the 7 and then the Hunter's Mark. Because this arrow, that when I was just thinking about it, went right in under the arm, and it's such a big squeal off it that it did actually pierce its heart. Right underneath the elbow. So this is a massive way, and then drops straight
Hell
down.
yeah.
Yeah.
What a shot.
Straight hit on that guy, which is fantastic. Which
Damn.
brings it down back to the beast that's staring down Claude. Yep. Logan, you happy with that? Because you're not doing any movement.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm good.
Cool. Staring it down. 24 to hit Claude.
Damn. Yeah, hits.
Yep. Hits. And that's the first hit. And the second was 19.
Hits.
Hits, both hits. Okay. So it's slashing away that, tentacle comes over the top, bang, hits you in the shoulder, and the claw swipes at your leg. So it kind of almost goes low and high at the same time, like pincered. So got you from both directions on that. That's 9 points of damage. It's taken.
Not 49, just 9.
Just 9. Oh, no. You exploded. And with that, but it's then going to take its bonus action to disengage, and it's going to jump back into the bushes. It's going to disengage from you so you don't get an opportunity attack, and it's going to go back into the bushes. What it doesn't realize is it's still highlighted by Fairy Fire, because of course the beast doesn't know that sort of thing. So you can still see the outline of it as it rushes away. Okay.
This was the first one that we cast Vow of Enmity on, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's still there. Okay, cool. Beast number 2 is the one that's staring down Bodok. Bodok, it's going to hit you for 25 and 11.
They also get it minus D4 on their attack.
Minus D4, fantastic on both of them. So that was a 21.
Yeah, it's
and
not going to matter.
21 and 7.
The one hits. First one hits.
One hit, so very good. So only one of them hits on that, and it's going to hit you for 4 points of damage. So in that sense, basically, it's staring you down. You've got nothing. It went for like a slash attack right across the top of your leg.
All right, take 4 points.
Damage. Okay, Tommy, you're up. You've got Rain in front of you. You've got one dead displacer directly in front of you. You have another one that's just crawling over the body of your drinking buddy. You've the one that's staring down Bodok, and the other one has run off into the bushes away from Claude.
Yeah, does it require movement to get up since I was like technically like I'm prone? I forget how that works.
Because you were prone, so it's half your movement.
Okay. So I'm just gonna stand up and like I'm not fully sober, but because I got some sleep in, but I'm very much like, who invited the big ass cats? And I'm going to run. Do I have enough movement to get to the one that killed the buddy I was drinking with?
Yes.
Am I close enough? All right, then I'm just gonna run at him with my rapier and try to attack him.
Cool. This does not have fairy fire. It doesn't have Bane.
Yep, you're right.
Therefore, it is with disadvantage.
Yeah, and you're drunk.
Double disadvantage.
That's just cruel.
So an 8.
You've lined it up, you've ran at it, you've taken a big swipe, and it is going to hit its back of the one you see, and the blade just passes right through the blur of the displacer beast that you can see. So it's like a really, really fast blur when it's standing there. So you take a swipe, you think you're going to hit it square in the back, and it doesn't, it misses.
So, and then I'm going to bonus action disengage, because I was full confident as I ran at it. Now that I missed, I'm kind of like more panic mode. Yeah. I'm like, whoa, big kitty. And I take a few steps like back from it.
Yeah, because you only had a little bit of movement left on that as well, because you're getting up. So you've been able to disengage. It hasn't been able to take an opportunity attack on you with the tentacles. The tentacles tried to look around at you, and maybe they took a wild swing, but didn't hit you because you disengaged properly. Okay, cool. Claude.
Yeah, so I'm going to turn...
Big one's run into the bush, and it's done a pretty decent run.
I'm not going to bother chasing it. I'm going to turn towards the one that's facing Bodok. So are we flanking it? Do I get any sort of advantage?
You're kind of both point. So it's this way, and you're like there and there. So you're not flanking because you're not in front and behind it.
Can I move to flank it?
Yeah, and indeed move to flank it.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. I'll move around its back.
Death.
We're gonna go. I'm not gonna use Divine Strike on this one. Just gonna do a normal attack.
This is where the kind of advantage Maz comes in, because you've got Fairy Fire on it. It's a displacer beast, but now you're flanking it. So yeah, you do have advantage.
Oh yeah, I should put my second dice in the cup.
Advantage on having advantage.
All right, so that's a 15 to hit. Hits. Okay. And then I'm just going to do a standard strike. So 1d8 plus 2. 3.
Points of damage? Yep.
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna add Divine Smite to that because that was shit. So I'm going to use the second spell slot. So it was 3 originally, plus another 10 for Divine Smite, so 13.
Yeah, crushing it.
Okay. Yeah. So Divine Smite smacks this thing, hits it really hard. It's real. It's like you were able to smack it basically right in the hip bone. So movement severely disabled. It's really shaking. It's got that sort of leg kind of crooked up behind it. It's barely on the 3 legs. It's really, really wobbly, taking a lot of damage. It's distracted. It's starting to panic. So it took a lot of damage on that one.
As my bonus action, I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on Boduk. So,
yeah.
Boduk, you'll have +2 to your AC.
Okay.
Got it.
Yep.
And that'll end my turn.
Bo, you're next.
Me. Awesome. Gonna take my bonus action and cast Bardic Inspiration by looking to Rian and be like, "Hey, Rian, you think you got Sloppy Sailor's back over there? He seems to be struggling." So now
We just got the one, right?
Yeah, you guys just have the one, thanks to
Yeah, that's fine.
Logon. But yeah, you
One
have
sloppy sailor. Yeah.
you have Bardic Inspiration now. You get a 1d6 for any ability check, attack roll, or saving throw. You can use it at any time.
Oh, I have inspiration.
Just just for this day and age, it's not nice to put somebody down to bring somebody else up. Okay, so calling me Sloppy Sailor, it's not kind. I'm just kidding.
Radishing, we're friends if we're putting you down.
Yeah, it's great.
An Irish friend. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. If you ever listen to me and Fluff talk to each other, we give each other odious abuse.
I'm sure it's uncomfortable.
Probably if you're watching it.
That's as an outsider.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was my bonus action. Now I'm gonna take my action. Let's try this charm out. I'm gonna try to go for the neck of this beast since it's facing me.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm gonna attack with my rapier in one hand. And that is. Oh wait, was that damage or is that? Oh yeah, no, that was a 10.
First.
Oh, that was what I have advantage, correct? He has fairy fire on him.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
He has fairy fire that's taken away because he's the displacer, but he's being flanked. So he has.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Advantage.
So that second one would be a 23.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, how does this die? How does your charm, like with the added effect of this charm, what does it look like when this thing gets struck and then realizes that the poison damage is going to be enough to take it out as well? It's right. Really hobbled, it's in really bad shape. So it's a combination of the strike and the poison is enough to kill it. What does it look like?
So I pierce its neck in a forward motion, and you can see almost like a green, almost necrotic, but not necrotic, obviously, because it's not necrotic. But you can see that it's festering, almost like a festering wound that kind of like you see it kind of like goes to its heart.
Oh yeah. Very good. So it goes right the way down, and you can see it almost in that moment. You can see the life being drained from its eyes because it even forgets to like put its paw to keep its paw up.
Yeah,
it's just barely trying to think about survival. As soon as the paw hits the ground, it cries again because the paw hit the ground, and it just goes straight down, and it's convulsing, and it just eventually stops. And you can see the tentacles are going mad, flailing about the place. I'm going to ask both of you to do a dexterity saving throw because these tentacles are flying everywhere and they're spikes and you're really close. So dexterity saving throw.
15.
8.
Yep. Okay. Bo, you get hit by one of them, and you get hit because it's a while. You get hit for 2 points of damage. So it does slash it, almost maybe like cut you across the cheek or something because it's just flailing around like mad. And you were in close as well because you were doing the actual stabbing motion.
Said 2?
Yeah, 2 points of damage. Because it's not a full-blown, concentrated, focused attack. It's just a flail with us. Yeah.
And then I take 3 points of poison damage to myself.
Okay, fantastic. Because as that festering wound hits it, yeah.
I did 15 points of damage on that boy.
Nice.
Yeah. Everybody's getting these big hits. I won one.
Yeah. Nice.
But yeah. So as I stab it, since I stabbed it, like, the charm then reacts, and like at the hilt of my rapier, you can see my hand kind of like, you can see almost like a poison or like a blackness kind of like going up my hand, like in my veins or something.
Cool. So does that stay in your hand, or does
it's just
dissipate, or?
I mean, that's your call. I mean, it's
it's your call. It's your character.
I think it's just like its reaction, the charm's reaction. It's kind of like, you know what? It's siphoning my blood almost to create the poison.
Okay, fantastic. So it's almost like a temporary state. I'm thinking like, you know, like Harry Potter when they put the wand on and it kind of looks black or whatever for a while, but it dissipates. So it's not scarred. It's not staying there. Okay, fantastic. Cool. That is 2 Displacer Beasts down. The last one is the one that is between Rain and the other guard, but he's looking at the other guard and it prowling onto the thing because it's the one that's right in front of it and nothing else has happened to it at the moment. Let's roll for that. 15. And okay, cool. So as you can tell, these guys they're merchant bodyguards. They're not very heavily armored. You know, there's almost an element of it looks a little bit for show. And you can tell now that it's for show because as soon as this thing hits it, it pierces right through the armor that it had and gets it in right underneath the chest. And it hits it for both hits it. So hits it. You can see it. The guy rails up, and he hits the deck, but it's almost like in a seated position. So he's really, really wounded, but he's not dead. But he's been knocked prone by that. It's taken him down and it's winded him, and now it's used its bonus action to disengage, and it's going to crawl around the side of this soldier away from Rain because it doesn't know that Rain's there. But you can tell his focus on the soldier, and with the guy leaning over towards his chest like this neck part is very, very much exposed, and you can see this Displacer Beast is making its way around, and it's starting to kind of consider tilting its head in line with that neck. Okay, Rian, you're up. So as this thing is moving towards, it's only about maybe 10 feet away, so you're pretty close. Got you like here, and it's here going towards the side of the guy, just ready to.
Is all like the other guards and Claude's brother just still sleeping?
No, I
thought about that a while ago, actually.
Yeah. Well, there was only 3 of them. One got killed.
Mm-hmm.
One was doing a patrol. One's wounded, and Rickard hasn't left his tent.
Okay.
So with the inspiration, I get an extra D6 on my attack.
Yes.
You can do anything you want with it.
Yeah.
So here, hold on. I'll read it again. Yeah, you can choose to use it on an ability check, attack roll, or saving throw, and you can decide whether you want to add it, but only before you know the outcome. So like
Correct.
If you roll so if you roll a 2, you don't want to use it. But if you roll like a 10, maybe.
I won't exactly. I won't tell you if you've missed and therefore need to use it. You just have to take the chance. So maybe you've already hit it and you don't need it, or maybe you do need it to make the difference up. But you get to choose. Do your roll and then choose whether you want to use inspiration, whatever it's for.
I'm gonna come behind the. What are we calling this? The cat.
Sir?
Okay. The displacer. With my quarterstaff again, like ready to swing down. So roll to hit real quick. Which that was only a 9.
I don't know.
So,
did you want to cast something?
Not right now because I run out of spell slots for the next thing.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to make sure you weren't gonna do the same thing by accident. Do the same thing.
No.
Okay. Do you want to use your inspiration?
Yes. So it's the 6 plus that 9 that I rolled, or whatever the 6 rolls.
Yes, you add that. You roll a d6 and add that to the attack.
13 total.
Yeah, absolutely necessary. In that moment when you're swinging, you did stumble a little bit. That looked like it was going to be that would cause you to miss it. Almost like in a rash attempt to potentially save this guy. But you were able to regain that little bit of inspiration from Bo and trying to hide the fact that you are actually protecting Tommy. But you don't want anybody to see that. But it refocuses you enough to make it that you do hit basically the neck of the beast as it's turned. So it's like ready to and so its neck also got exposed. So a big boomf, bludgeoning right on the neck of this beast, and go from there. Did you get to roll advantage because you're doing your charm? Anyway,
I forgot about it.
well, actually, it works out because otherwise you would have been at disadvantage. So I actually do remember that I take that considering because this guy does not have fairy fire. So, so you had a standard roll as opposed to a disadvantage roll.
Cool.
Yeah.
So
Smart as a DM. Yeah, roll for damage.
6.
6 points of damage. Okay, boom. Good solid hit right in the neck, caused it to take a step back, but that's the first actual bit of damage it's taken so far. So it's just more enough to distract it from its potential kill shot that it was going to take on the other guard. Yep. You've still got a bit of movement if you want, because it also, I believe, it pushed it back as well. That attack with the charm, I think it does enough to kind of push it out of your way, so you're not automatically in opportunity attack range. It just means sometimes you got to chase after it because it then moves it out of your range. Okay. So any movement, any actions, well, you've done an action, any bonus actions you want to do, etc.
Yeah, I guess again, I'm just going to move into a defensive space to protect the guy that was on the ground.
Protect the guy on the ground. Okay, so you're going to move towards that. And Logan, you're up.
Do I have line of sight to the... you've said it so many times. Displacer.
Displacer. Yeah.
That Rian was just fighting?
Yes, you do, but now Rian's in the way, so it's slightly obscured, especially because you're in the tree, you don't have the same mobility. So Rian is between you and the base. You can still go for it, but it's a harder shot. It's like a very precision shot.
Well, then I will use movement first, and I will run across a tree branch.
Okay.
And dive out of the tree and take a midair shot.
Right, okay,
cocky, sir.
Okay, very good. Right, so you're using half that. That is a difficult shot. Okay, so roll.
Trick shot.
It's a difficult shot. It doesn't have fairy fire. It already is disadvantaged, so it would have been a double dis.
I'm not gonna believe you, but I got a nat 20. I got 27. You're not gonna.
Wow.
Let's go.
Tell me how this hit goes. What does it look like? What do you do in midair? Where does it pierce the beast?
So yeah, I fly out of the tree. I release an arrow. It hits it right in the back of the neck. The arrow goes through its skull and pins its head to the ground. The tentacles go flailing around for a little bit before it eventually just becomes lifeless and falls limp.
Yep. That is a hell of a shot. But before you pronounce it dead, could you do the damage for me?
Oh, you're right. You said,
it was. Yeah, I understood the way I realized that the way I set it up made it sound like how does it die?
Why is it 3 + 4 + 3? What am I doing here?
What are you doing here?
So first of all, it's a crit. So what's your maximum damage? I think you did it before. It's like
it's 11. 11.
Yeah. So it's 11 at the very least. Yeah.
I rolled a 10.
Yeah. Fantastic. So 21 damage. Yeah. Is that correct?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
If it's
perfect. Yep. Okay. So it does. So it goes through the back of its neck, and it does knock it prone. It doesn't kill it just yet, but you can hear that it's really labored breathing. It's very, very close to being dead. But you can also see it's starting to stir and it's starting to get up. So hell of a shot through the thing. I'd love to give it to you, but that would be a little bit extra creative license to make up that gap. I wish I could. I love the rule of cool. But there were some other big attacks that didn't cause kills. But hell of a shot. So flying through the air. Do you do any acrobatics in the air? Or do you just jump and sort of pose and or whatever? What happens when you're flying through the air? Do you do superhero landing? How do you kind of float through the air?
Just a tuck and roll.
Tuck and roll. So I go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
This is not a cute couple. Like, no, you hang up. No, you hang up. As the DM, I'm telling you, you go first. Pulling rank.
What was the question?
What sort of? So you do your tuck and roll. Are there any other acrobatics you do while you're in the air as you jump through the air? Because it's a nat 20, so make it all about you.
No, he just jumps into the air, turns sideways, releases an arrow, and then lands and tucks and rolls.
Because right behind you, a black mass of a cloak flies through the air, tucks up as if, and the shoulders shift as if it took a shot, and it rolls, and it does a tuck and roll on the ground, but it doesn't actually make contact with the ground, but it completely mimics exactly what you did there. Like the shift as if it took a shot, and then it lands right beside you, did a roll, and looks a little bit closer to you than it was before.
Oh my gosh.
Yep. Okay, fantastic. So that displacer beast is struggling. It's really trying to get off the ground with that there. So there's only the two. There's basically two. One had ran away, and this one is dying on the ground. It's going to sort of struggle to get up. It's really, really shaky, and it's just staring Rianne down, and just here. You're pretty much at initiative at the moment, but as this last, displacer beast is running there, you hear Tobin barking. Bark, 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 bark. Because out of the bushes runs that little kitten displacer underneath the legs of the one that Logan absolutely pinned in the neck. And it's just standing like, its big legs, and it's just right underneath its legs, right underneath it. And you can hear it kind of doing like a just defensive, just trying to stay back. So it's staring you down, Rian. What do you want to do?
Oh, now I feel so sad.
Yep, he aimed for our hearts.
Nat 20 our hearts.
The arrow of empathy.
Okay, I'm not gonna risk throwing a spell because I kind of want to see what happens with the kitten. So I'm gonna swing the quarterstaff again at the one that's been pinned, or not quite pinned. Starting getting over. Yep.
Yeah. So the closest thing in pop culture that this reminds you of is when Simba finds Mufasa. He's like, "Get up." And it's like leaning against it. It's like, come on.
We didn't need that added to.
And this quarterstaff is just coming straight for the head of
your scar, letting him drop.
Okay.
No.
This is how far I'll go to adopt a pet. I will kill its mom.
I'm your mom now.
Yeah. This is Highlander rules for motherhood.
We're going to be 20 sessions down the road. Rianne's going to have 20 different animals just like trotting behind her.
What also needs to be What also needs to be reminded is that it was Rian earlier in the session who went, the group's weird enough as it is. To the idea of another companion. There you go.
Yeah.
So, okay.
I rolled 16 to hit.
That absolutely bonks it right in the head. How does this displacer beast die in front of its kitten?
So
sad. Very unfortunately, the first thing that came to my mind is Walking Dead with the bat.
Yeah, Negan.
The head just
Perfect.
The head just squishes.
It squishes, blood drips down onto the kitten displacer, and this thing just falls straight down, and it falls on top of the kitten, just straight down. You hit it with the head, straight from the top, it went boom. So the kitten is squashed currently underneath the displacer beast.
Can I roll it off?
You can, but in that moment, Claude, another displacer beast that you had its back turned to you, hears this contact and then trying to defend its kitten, attacks you from the behind. Roll with an advantage. Rolls for a 22.
Is this the same one?
It's the same one that you turned your back on. Came through the bush and basically has pinned you onto the ground, and it's taken a bite out of your shoulder because so it had to dash. So one of its actions was it had to dash to get to you, and it only hits you for one attack as opposed to the two, and it hits you for 5 points of damage.
Can I use?
Big bite right on the right thing. Sorry, hold on.
I was just saying, can I use a quick reaction to use one of my bardic inspirations? Is cutting words, and reduces the.
I think in this turn you used your reaction or your bonus action on the bardic inspiration for real.
But this is a reaction.
Okay, go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, cutting word as a reaction when a creature that's not immune to being charmed. I can use it to roll a d6 and subtract it from that attack roll.
Okay.
The damage. So
yep.
2. So it's 2 less.
Okay, 3 points of damage. Yeah.
3 points.
Tell me how you insult a cat.
Oh, I'm gonna use it. I used cutting words before. I'm gonna do the same thing. I see him pounce on what's it called? Claude. I didn't react in time to stop that, so I'm just gonna he kind of like bit at him. So before he can sink his full teeth into it, I whisper into my hands as he's going for the bite, and then like throw it as if I'm throwing a dagger at it.
Okay.
And I ping it off its nose or whatever, so it doesn't fully sink its teeth in.
What cutting words did you use on a displacer cat?
Bad kitty.
Bad kitty, right to the nose, bang. enough to dislodge it slightly, so that maybe not all 4 of its big incisors go in. Maybe just like the top 2, enough to still hit it for a bit of damage. Claude is still pinned under this thing at the moment, and right up at the top of the order again. It was not big, and then it was Tommy. Tommy, there is a kitten that's been squished by a completely malleted.
Help me get the little fuzzy.
Yeah, and Claude is pinned down. Yeah.
Tommy does not give a shit about the little cat because it just got attacked in his sleep by the big cat, so it doesn't care about that kitten at all. Am I close enough to get within striking distance with my rapier on the creature that's on? Because I think we're kind of far.
Yeah, what's your movement?
I have 30 feet.
Yeah, you do have enough. It's not the biggest watering hole, like that. This is not a huge area. It's just more of almost like the closest thing to a natural landmark of why you would stop there on the road and the fresh water and stuff.
Okay, so as she just like bonks and you hear the attack, like it rush out and jump on Claude, Tommy very much turns around and says, "Get off my friend!" and like goes running over. So a little bit of a jerk run, but over, and I'm gonna try to stab it with my rapier.
So it's like an inadvertent serpentine.
Yeah,
you're kind of like
he in his head is very focused, but the body foretells that I've been drinking a little bit.
This is a normal attack because it had very fire, but it's a displacer based, and Bane is on this one. Logan, Bane is on this one. If there's anything that needs to be, it's more minuses, isn't it? I think Bane is like 4
2 attacks.
Makes it harder to hit. Okay, cool. That's fine. That has no impact on Tommy. Cool.
Okay, so it was just this straight roll that I did.
Almost straight roll.
Okay. 18.
18 is enough for it to hit. Yep.
This one also had. Oh no, Vow of Enmity is only for me. Sorry.
Oh yeah, okay, for you.
But it does have fairy fire.
It does have fairy fire, so that's why it's a straight roll. Yeah.
Okay, that confused me. I hit it for 5
damage. Okay, fantastic. It's enough to basically push it off the back of Claude. It's struggling as well, or at least just starting to show some signs of it struggling. It jumps off Claude, and as it's looking angry at you, it does every so often you can see it kind of twitching its eyes towards where the kitten is, but it's still trying to focus on you because you're the one that hit it. But you can see it every so often. It's just looking towards the kitten. Okay, cool. Claude, you are flat in your stomach after being bitten in the shoulder blade.
Yeah, I'll use my half my movement to stand up.
Yep.
And I will just make a straight attack roll with advantage.
God, we're murdering this thing's whole family, huh?
They attacked us, bro.
We're family.
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
We are family.
Family.
It's like Disney moment. We are family.
Yeah. We are family.
So that is a 17 to hit.
Yep, hits.
And damage. Oh, is this an 8? Yeah, this is 10 damage.
Yeah, it had taken that, and the moment that you went to attack it was one of the moments it was distracted, looking off to the side. But it takes the full impact of your hit. How did it die?
While it's distracted, Claude's gonna flip his sword and just drive it straight through the head, down into the ground.
God.
So it gets spiked through the head, straight into the ground, and the last thing it saw was it was looking in the direction of the kitten when you spiked it. Okay, so you're out of initiative, out of combat, and there's a little bit of struggling underneath a bludgeoned displacer beast in front of Riam.
Can y'all help me roll this over?
Yeah.
Anybody?
Tommy doesn't
gonna...
make any movement. He actually spits on the beast that Claude just like killed the last one.
I'll help.
Bo's kind of reeling after the realization that we just like murdered this kitten's whole family, like in such a brutal fashion. Like I know it's it's nature what they did, but like man, what did we just do?
We were put in a situation and we reacted.
I'm gonna pick up Tobin and console myself. Try to like get my bearings. I'm gonna let them do their thing.
I'm gonna need you to do an animal handling check because Tobin is going absolutely ballistic.
All right,
he is scrambling at everything. He is barking like mad. He is incredibly hard to contain.
Well, then you're gonna have fun with this. It was a critical fail.
Okay, cool. So not only did you try to pick up Toby, you actually, in trying to pick him up, you caused him to fall over and stumble.
Now that's just mean.
Yeah. But in his focus, he's not even looking at you. He's still looking at this thing, and he is just ready to charge on this kitten. Like he is going to. It's in the whole time you've known Tobin for like less than a day.
He sure hated his cat.
This is by far the most aggressive you've seen him.
I'm just gonna back off then. I'm gonna let everybody else act. Bo's kind of reeling.
Because you get the feeling as well with that critical feel that if you actually tried to touch him, he'd probably bite you.
I'm surprised you didn't let him bite me first.
Claude will walk over to help. Logan said he was going to help, right?
Yeah, I'll help.
Shift the big cat.
We'll work together and try and
exactly.
pull the body over.
I'm going to need you to do some sort of strength check because these things are they're big, they're long, they're pure muscle. That's what she said.
18.
And
8. Not very strong.
18, yeah. Okay, cool. Because you're all sort of working together, it is enough to push it off. And this kitten is absolutely terrified. Its face is just painted with blood. The tentacles are low down. The ears are low down. The tail is tucked between the legs. It is petrified. It is shivering out of fear. Like it knows it probably instinct should be like fight or flight, and it somehow has done none of those things. It's just frozen.
I'm gonna cast minor illusion on my face and kind of give an illusion of the face of a disruptor.
Displacer.
Yeah.
Displacer.
Okay.
And kind of slowly come towards it, trying to.
Yeah. Okay.
Imitate their parent.
It's looking at you. It's briefly distracted. But you can see it's like sniffing the air as well, and it's an animal, so it tells you're not a displacer because they don't really go by the sight. They're more like you don't smell like mum, So it's still staying there. It's not moving. so it hasn't like done enough to like scare it away, even though you were approaching it. So if anything, that has helped it to kind of stay still, but it's not calming down, it's not relaxing, it's none of those things.
I'd like to try to scoop it up.
Okay.
in some arms.
Yep. As you do, Tobin, as soon as you go to pay it any attention, Tobin bolts right towards this thing. He is snarling. There is no confusion about what his intent with this cat is. And you're going to have to think really, really quickly.
I am going to turn to him because I still have the minor illusion on my face and kind of do a hissing growl like the displacers would.
Okay.
Try to keep him away.
Cool. So, animal handling check, please. That or
14.
performance, whichever one's higher.
Oh,
Performance or
higher?
animal handling. Yeah.
Okay, then 16 for performance.
Okay. It does briefly stop Tobin with the performance check, not the animal handling check. So, which does enough to confuse it, but it's not under your control. Like, he's not under your control right now. He's just working on instinct here, and something made a big sound that distracted him. Unless somehow, once again, it's like you've got a frozen cat there, and you've got a Tobin that is like just winding up, like the springs are winding up in his legs. Like he's almost ready to start thinking about pouncing again. He has like nothing else exists in his world now other than getting this thing.
While Tobin's distracted, can I try and pick him up and hold on to him?
Yep. It's with disadvantage.
Tobin.
Shit.
Are you trying to pick up the cat or Tobin?
Tobin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. I
Just
curious.
keep him.
Yep.
With disadvantage because he does not want to be picked up. Really doesn't.
But he's distracted. Oh man, it was so good, and then it wasn't. 7.
Okay. As soon as your arms look like they're about to get a thing, he does that wiggle and shakes himself out of his arms, not there. And if anything, he does a very quick snarl and bite towards your hand, but not the sort of like before he's even thinking about it, he's not consciously thinking, I'm going to bite Claude's hand. It's just someone trying to pick him up, and he doesn't want to be picked up, and he just flashes at this thing, at the hand. Yeah.
It's okay, buddy.
Tommy, while this whole thing is going on, he's been to many ports and seen dogs and cats fight all the time. He doesn't give a crap that it's going on. So I'm gonna actually go through the pockets of the dead soldiers, and because they don't need it anymore.
Goblet.
I mean, he has a flask, the one that died.
That's one of the things I'm very much looking forward. But I'm gonna let this play out as well. Tommy's in the background, like literally, you guys are trying to stop the situation. Tommy's just like going through shit.
While you go to search through the body of the dead soldier, you've obviously slightly forgotten that there is a perfectly live soldier sitting on the ground looking at you as you rifle through the body of his friend.
Can I do any kind of performance to be very much like, we both know he doesn't need this anymore kind of thing?
It's a persuasion. It's with disadvantage. You're rifling through the guy's body. He's really like, it's whether how much effort he's going to put into stopping you.
A guard has noticed you dealing with a dead body.
12.
He's ready. Like he's some of those sailor profanities. There's soldier profanities being shouted in your direction. Like and he's struggling to get up, and he's going to try to get up to try to stop you.
Hey, I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
Can I reach out? Oh, nah, never mind.
With that reaction, Tommy's like, "Fine, don't break another leg over it," and stops rifling through.
Hey, Tommy,
that's enough to make the guy just give up and just sort of kneel down.
Hey, Tommy, you want to come over here? I got something for while this plays out, and I'm gonna pack the pipe with that relaxing stuff that I found prior to the fight.
Yeah. Ryan, you have a decision to make right now.
Well, I can't leave this kitten now. He killed its whole family. So I'm going to kneel down to kind of get more on its level to try again to reach for it. Because it's been distracted by Claude, or Tobin's been distracted by Claude.
Tobin has not been distracted by Claude. Like very likely, his focus is still 100% on this cat. Yeah, he's still staring at you, and you can just tell he's just like he's poised. Something's about to happen. He got distracted by a large noise. He got distracted by Claude. He bit out at somebody who was trying to get him. Didn't even think of it being Claude.
I'm just gonna forcefully tell him to stay, and put my hand out, and see if he'll listen, because he's starting to. He's been with us for a day.
Yeah, you probably see what's the closest to betrayal on a dog's face. That you, as far as he's concerned, are siding with the cat over him.
And it's a wild beast.
And in a brief moment, his anger dissipates to a very quiet, like. Yes, obviously he doesn't go what.
She heard Tobin.
But then back to the aggression, because now are on the same side as the cat.
Claude's gonna scare the kitten off. He's gonna intimidate the kitten and see if he can get it to finally flee.
Hey, I tried that once.
Yeah, I've got good intimidation, so hopefully
8 more of these things are gonna show up because we scared the cat again.
It's
just a respawner every time you scare the cat.
Yeah. I'd feel better about it. At least I'd have a family again.
Fucking A. If I'm proficient, I don't get an advantage on it, right?
No, it just means you add your proficiency bonus.
Fuck, that's only an 8.
Thing is still absolutely frozen, and if anything, it was such a bad intimidation. Tobin think you directed it. Tobin think you directed it at him.
What? I didn't fail it. Rion, get rid of it.
Because he just heard a big sound, and you were standing right over him when you made the sound, and you had just tried to grab him, so you're right beside him. There was no way of sort of directing it, voice-wise towards the cat. There was nothing specific about being a cat type warning. I don't actually know what the answer to that question would be, but Rian has told Tobin to stop. Claude has tried to pick him up and shouted at him. Tobin has no idea where to look right now, and is just getting more and more and more agitated of what's going on here. And the cat is still there.
Get rid of it.
Logan, you're the animal hand. You can handle it, right?
Yeah, can you get one of them?
I mean, I can get rid of it, but I'm not gonna.
Scare it off or something? Somebody.
We want cat.
All right, so out of character, definitely out of character. We're choosing. Do you want wild displacer beast or do you want Tobin?
Oh my god!
We don't have to choose. We just have to get Tobin.
We're at a point where we need to choose.
Tobin needs a little bit of
I didn't say anything.
Time.
I know you didn't, but I'm getting the feeling here like Tobin.
We're at a point.
You're driving a wedge between Tobin.
I am going by the rules. There's
a
nothing
dog.
that said
He will get it. He'll get there. You got to get him used to it. He'll be fine. He doesn't have a strong memory anyway. You give him some treats later, and he's gonna be cool.
You know what? Go for it. I believe in you.
My animal handling is pretty good. Can I try to pick up Tobin and calm him?
You can. It's with disadvantage though.
All right, I'm gonna roll.
I'm pretty consistent with this.
15.
What do you do to calm him down? Or at least distract him?
None of us has calm emotions, do we?
It's just this carousel of people trying to pick him up.
I'm just gonna scoop Tobin up, and I'm just gonna give him some nice little pats on the head, some nice little strokes, just trying to calm him down.
That's the first moment that the kind of the haunches on the back of Tobin have actually dissipated a little bit, and a little bit of energy is dissipated from him. It's not manic aggressive barking anymore, but there's a persistent growl. He moves in a little bit closer towards you, but that Rain and Claude both notice that it's also very much intentionally away from them.
I'm gonna leave this situation and go to check on Rickard in the tent. This is under control, whatever that is. I'm done. I'm out.
All right.
I got other things to worry about.
I just wanted another 45 minutes of I try and pick up Tobin, it doesn't work. I try and pick up Tobin, it doesn't work. I try and pick up Tobin, it doesn't work. Just like
Tobin
each of us just keep circling around Tobin trying to pick up.
But picked up Tobin, right? I
Yeah.
successfully picked up. Okay.
You can add one Tobin to your inventory.
Tobin approved.
Yeah.
This cat is not.
Okay,
That is
can I
not
for
Tobin.
real try once to pick it up, the cat? Now that there's not a Tobin.
You say for real as if I've stopped you. That you and
No,
the dice
Tobin
have stopped
has stopped
it.
me.
Yeah. Tobin's reacting the
Seriously
way
this
Tobin
time.
is. Yeah.
Why are you
Okay.
doing this to us, DM?
I'm super serious this time.
Okay, cool. Yeah, absolutely. Try to pick it up. Woman who smashed the cat's mom. Try to pick her up.
Okay, it's a 3.
That was really, really bad. And at this point, I have to say the cat runs off in the other direction.
kitty.
Like that is,
Thank God.
that's a very, very bad roll.
I was hoping that would
Um,
happen if I failed. But
Yeah. The kitten runs off. It sprints away. It takes one last moment to look around, look at its mom, and then run off into the bushes.
Why?
And Rickard sticks his head out of the tent.
Son of a bitch! I thought he was hurt.
There he is.
Yeah, it's like, are they gone yet?
They're gone.
Yeah, I was sharpening my blade. Yeah, that's it's why you have bodyguards. I'm more of a thinker. I'm a leader. I point people where they need to go, and stuff gets done.
Claude just gives him a big hug. He knows he's not a fighter. He knows he's a merchant.
Yeah.
He's not a fighter. He just gives him a hug, just happy knowing he's safe. And
Yeah. And you can tell that's probably the one moment where that sort of facade for Rickard drops as well, because he just gives you a really big hug back. Because at the end of the day, as long as you're okay, that's all that really matters for him. But when he gives you that hug, he squeezes right on the part accidentally where you got bit on the shoulder blade. And you go like, oh shit, sorry.
Claude just swallows the pain.
Let me get. I've got some bandages here somewhere, and you can see he's frantic again. He's going back into his tent and looking for the bandages, and gives them to you. And I need scissors. I need to cut the bandages. He's just in a bit of he's in a tizzy.
I'll relax him, and I'll just use lay on hands for myself to restore 10 HP. Which puts me at 21 or 22. 21. Yeah. So I'm in much better shape now. I'm not so bad.
Yeah. Cool. And so that's the displacer's gone. And Rickard at that point is like, should we just go now? Are we really going to stay around here?
Well, let's make sure we're all mobile. And I'm pointing at his bodyguard, who is still injured, right?
Oh shoot!
Yeah.
Can I go over and do a medicine check on him?
Rickard's looking
that's
around. Yeah, Rickard's looking around. Sorry, your medicine check is
19.
19. Fantastic. You're able to get him bandaged up and take a look at it and see that there doesn't seem to be any sort of additional signs of bleeding. You're able to get that stopped and secured as much as possible. You've had to secure it by kind of getting the combination of the shoulder and around the body.
Yeah.
Almost to the point that this arm is really, really uptight against it.
Right. You okay,
yeah.
bud? You gonna be able to soldier on?
Yeah, so thank you. I just can't believe my buddy is
Yeah, no, it's a terrible thing. I wish we could. I wish we saw it before.
Yeah, me too.
We tried our best.
It's just, it was my watch, and
It was our watch.
it was my watch, and I didn't hear anything.
They're beasts. They're not.
That's my job, and
it was their job, unfortunately, to do what they did to us.
yeah,
That's the nature of that is the nature of, these cats, these beasts. They're stealthy. It's not your fault. It's ours. This is our burden. Now, all we can do is pay respects to him.
do you, by any chance, because I can't bend over, could you get the flask that his mom gave him? Because I'm gonna have to give that back to her.
Yeah, of course.
It's in your buddy knows where it is.
I don't think we need him. I'll find it. I'll be as delicate as possible.
Please, yeah, thanks.
So I'm gonna search this person with permission.
You can just see he's just in his own world now. He's not looking forward to what he has to do. Yeah, and you find the flask pretty easily. It's in the same pocket that Tommy was looking at.
Anything else in there?
Yeah, there were actually 2 gold.
It's bad when I do it.
In there, yeah. There were 2 gold pieces in there. And neither of them have Timura on the back.
Perfect. I'm gonna leave those in there. I'm just gonna take the flask and hand it to him.
Yeah, he takes it and he puts it kind of in against his jacket because thanks.
Is there any way we can bury him or memorialize him specifically?
Yeah.
Asking.
Maybe even just off the side of the road. Like, we don't really have sort of burial. So, our sort of, just to give a bit of background for us, because we're sort of in a contained city.
Yeah.
We don't have space for burials. And I don't think it's suitable for fire for here.
Yeah.
So I think even just as long as it's off to the road, at the end of the day, he's not going to mind. And his mum, won't be looking for a body either.
Would she want it back? His body, or
no? We don't really think of it that way.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. You settle down. We'll take care of this. Hey, Lugon, can you help me move this dead body?
Logon's got Tobin.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. I got my arms full over here.
I'll give him a hand. I'll give him a hand dragging the body off.
While you guys do that, I'm gonna move towards the packs and find any sort of maybe dried meat that we might have had, because they mentioned that we had some.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna give a sorry to Tobin, okay?
Oh, okay. You're gonna give Tobin a treat. Let him forget.
Yes.
I forgot.
Okay. So yeah, there were like a few sort of packs, and especially the soldier that is now dead, like his actual pack is Logon with the calming words for Tobin. I like that. But yeah, so there's a pack and there's some rations and stuff in there. The rations are more sort of like plant based, like sort of wheat and along that sort of line, almost like sort of biscuit / bread. Carbs, just carbs, for marching carbs,
Carbs.
We'll have to work on that relationship.
And basically Rickard's coming up to Claude, and he's really trying to get Claude's opinion on, like, should we just go now, or do we stay here because we've taken care of the thing? Like, what do you think?
We're all awake. We might as well get on the move. I don't think anybody wants to stay here tonight.
it's maybe just before dawn, but you're probably if there was sort of real time, you're probably looking like 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. It's still very dark. And but what's kind of weird because when you look at Logan looks like he has a shadow, even though it's in the middle of the night. Because there's a black mass behind him that's like looks like it's holding something. It's kind of like all tucked in at the front. It looks like it's holding something, but there's nothing in its in front of it. Yeah. So
pack up camp, light some torches, and follow the road until sunrise is not far off.
Okay. Anybody want to do anything else before they sort of pick up from camp?
Is the one guy we healed, is he able to walk?
Yeah, he's walking. So the damage he
Okay.
took was like on his side, where sort of Bo healed him up. So it's an upper body injury. So he walks a bit slower just because he's weak, but no actual leg injuries.
Tommy's good to go.
He's trotting along as well. Yeah,
good to go.
Let's roll. Well, yeah.
Guard you can see is really fumbling about with his tent, really giving off the impression that he's never actually put this up or taken it down himself. He's kind of stumbling at it. He's trying to take the pegs out of the ground and roll up the sleeping bag, but it's not a very tight roll. And there's sometimes you can just see him get frustrated. He just kicks one of the standing poles on it just to take it down somehow, and just fumbles it up in his arm, just holding it. You can see he's definitely he's visibly annoyed for the loss of soldiers. So he sees like the body being taken off the road. He understands it would be just to leave it flailing out in the middle of the road, but he also has no sort of suggestions of bringing it back with us. It's just not what they do. Things out there. He was a little bit surprised whenever Claude talked about actually burying the body of the goblin. Again, that's not something they normally do in Daggerford. And things like that. He just wants to get out of here. He's got this rough up tent underneath his arm.
Does he have assistance? Can Bo go help him put it all together?
Yeah, of course, yes. So you obviously, with your traveling experience, have a lot more experience with actually doing these tents up properly. So what was taking him a load of hassle to do, you kind of tie up pretty quickly and make it a lot easier to carry. It's not like a bulky sleeping bag anymore that's way too big. It's actually tied up quite tight.
Then give him a pat on the shoulder, like a reassuring one, and say, "Hey, man, we all have loss, and we need to move."
Yeah. Probably the one part that kind of takes him out of it, you can see that he looks back at Logan and he goes, "It's just I know so much has happened to him, and he's already lost so much recently.
Oh,
is he gonna be okay?"
I'm sure he'll manage.
Yeah. Okay.
He's had this hurt for a long time. Yours is new, his is old.
Yeah. Just I just don't want. Maybe people only get what they can deal with. I don't know, but yeah, okay. And that's sort of brief moment where he's like, "Okay, right, we'll go." He really wants to go, but he knows it'd be a really bad idea for him to be at the front of the queue because that's where danger can come from. So he's like looking over at Claude. He's like, "Claude, we go."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Claude can take the lead if he has a torch, something to see with, because he doesn't have dark vision. Take a torch and lead the way back.
Basically, as you continue along that day, the daylight begins to break. You guys are very hyper aware of any sort of rustle in the bushes around you guys as you're playing along. And as you come towards basically a hill, you look out over the landscape and see none other than Daggerford. In the forefront.
Oh, cool.
within probably a couple of hours, just that you can see along the way. And Bodok, your knowledge of the city, and Tommy, your knowledge of the port. The port's going to be obviously here along this key river area, and you can already see from the get-go this 3-tiered sort of level of city as we go along.
I understand the nosebleeds now.
And the nosebleeds. And go from there. And on that note, as we make our way towards Daggerford, I think that's a very natural stopping point, of which I can say, I guarantee you, getting to Daggerford was actually supposed to be quite quick.
Then why'd you attack us with this place?
It was all the time in flattery as well. Like I was like, ready to go. It was like, okay, no, let's go.
Let's do stuff.
Let's do stuff, which is great.